يومئذ عليها غبرة ترهقها قترة أولئك هم الكفرة الفجرة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إذا السماء انفطرت وإذا الكواكب انتثرت وإذا البحار فجرت وإذا القبور بعثرت علمت نفس ما قدمت وأخرت يا أيها الإنسان ما غرك بربك الكريم الذي خلقك فسواك فعدلك في أي صورة ما شاء ركبك كلا بل تكذبون بالدين وإن عليكم لحافظين كراما كاتبين يعلمون ما تفعلون إن الأبرار لفي نعيم وإن الفجار لفي جحيم يصلونها يوم الدين وما هم عنها بغائبين وما أدراك ما يوم الدين ثم ما أدراك ما يوم الدين يوم لا تملك نفس لنفس شيئا والأمر يومئذ لله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. We give thanks to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving us the privilege to be here once again today. We seek His blessing upon the last Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his household, his companions, and the generality of the Muslim Ummah to be of revelation. We ask Allah to continue to guide us on this program. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to guide us right, and we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to give us the reward of this program in this life and the akhirah. We don't need to waste too much of our time again. We just need to start our program as fast as possible now. And our lecturer in the Arabic is going to give us a lesson about capacity building. And our Ustaz and our Sheikh, popularly known as Abu Jabla, is here with us. Bismillah.
Now, sorry, the capacity building, they want is interchanged with purity. So, what is coming out is purity. The capacity building will go to purity period.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Innal hamdalillah nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruh wa na'udhu billahi min shururi anfusina ومن سيئات أعمالنا من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله حق تقاته ولا تموتن إلا وأنتم مسلمون يا أيها الناس اتقوا ربكم الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وخلق منها زوجها وبث منهما رجالا كثيرا ونساء واتقوا الله الذي تساءلون به والأرحام إن الله كان عليكم رقيبا يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله وقولوا قولا سديدا يصلح لكم أعمالكم ويغفر لكم ذنوبكم ومن يطع الله ورسوله فقد فاز فوزا عظيما أما بعد فإن أصدق الحديث كتاب الله وخير الهدي هدي محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وشر الأمور محدثاتها فإن كل محدثة بدعة وكل بدعة ضلالة وكل ضلالة في النار. Alhamdulillah, once again we thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we praise him, we exalt his mentioning, and we especially appreciate the fact that he has converged each and every one of us here once again in order to discuss on some of the responsibilities he has placed upon us. I beseech Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to grant us conformity in whatever we shall be discussing today. Respected ones, without taking much of our time, we are going to be looking at one of the salient topics as far as the religion of Islam is concerned. That topic has to do with the blood that comes out from the women. Al-Imam Ahmad ibn Muhammad al-Shaybani, according to what Al-Allama al-Sheikh Muqbil ibn Hadi al-Wadi'i al-Yamani alayhi rahmatullah mentioned in his book Nasihati lil-Talabat al-Ilmi, Al-Imam Ahmad said that makaftu fi bab al-aid tis'a sinin. He said, wallahi, I stayed in the bab of Haid. I studied the chapter of menstruation for 9 years. I spent 9 years trying to understand the concept of what? Menstrual blood. So that is to tell us that this particular discussion is a very, very essential discussion. Al-Imam Ibn Najim al-Hanafi alayhi rahmatullah, he says that discussions on the blood that comes out from women is very, very essential. Why? Because it is connected to purification, it is connected to salat, it is connected to fasting, it is connected to divorce, it is connected to many acts of ibadat. So now, not knowing this, the concept of this particular blood, wallahi, is detrimental to the deen, to the spiritual life of a woman. And that is the reason why we are actually going to be looking at this particular blood. We're going to be using a book titled Mudhakaratun ala Ahkam al-Dima'i al-Tabi'iyya lin-Nisa, meaning a kind of discussion on the rulings of the blood, of the natural blood of the women. A discussion on the rulings of the natural blood of the women. This particular discussion is compiled by your brother Abu Jamla Muhammad ibn al-Qasim ibn Ahmad ibn Abi Bakri al-Lalaka'i. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to continue to preserve him upon Sunnah. He began the book by saying, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the names of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. Conspicuously, we have explained this yesterday. Inna alhamdulillah, verily, all forms of praise and adoration are continuously for Allah. That's the meaning of alhamdulillah. Do we understand? Some of us translate it as all praise are due to Allah. Do we understand? In the knowledge of Balaga, there's one called Jumlatul Ismiya in Nahu. The scholars of Balaga said that Jumlatul Ismiya tufidu al-thubut wal-istimrar. Jumlatul Ismiya tufidu mada? Al-thubut wal-istimrar. So Jumlatul Ismiya actually indicate affirmation and continuation. And that's why you don't say all praise are due to Allah. You say all forms of praise and adoration are continuously for Allah. Do we understand that? So where did we get all from? Somebody will say there is no kullu. We said that alif and lam is listigraq wal istihqaq. It is for absorption. Absorption of what? Praise. That's why we interpret it as all forms of praise and adorations are due to are continuously for Allah. Nahmaduhu, there is a typographical error there. It's nahmaduhu. It's not na'maduhu. Change that ainun to ha. Nahmaduhu. We praise and thank him. Wa nasta'inuhu. We seek his help. Wa nastaghfiruhu. And we seek his forgiveness. Wa na'udhu billahi min shururi anfusina. We seek protection with Allah against the evils of our souls. Wa min sayyiati a'malina, and also against our wrong deeds. Man yahdihillahu fala mudilla lahu. Whomsoever Allah guides, none can misguide him. Whomsoever Allah guide out of his bounty, no one can misguide such person. Wa man yudlil, but whomsoever Allah actually led astray out of just, fala hadiya lahu, no one can guide him. Wa ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, I testify that there is no deity worthy of worship except Allah. Wahdahu la sharika lah. He is alone, he does not have partner. He does not have partner in his rububiyyah, in his uluhiyyah, and also in his asma or sifat. Wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan, and I testify that Muhammad abduhu is his servant, wa rasuluhu sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, and his messenger. May the peace and blessings of Allah be upon him. Wa ala alihi, and also may the peace and blessings of Allah be upon his household. Wa ashabihi, and his companions. Wa man tabi'ahum bi ihsanin ila yawmiddin, and those who follow them in righteousness till the day of recompensation. Wa sallama taslima, may peace be upon them all. Jama, if we are to treat this particular book as we ought to treat it, only this portion, 4 hours, is not sufficient for us to explain only this khutbatu al-haja. Do we understand? 4 hours is not actually sufficient at all, because we are going to be explaining the meaning of what is the meaning of isti'ana. Why do you need to seek isti'ana from Allah? Is it only Allah you can seek isti'ana from, or you can also seek from other than Allah? If you can seek from other than Allah, what are the conditions that must be fulfilled before you can seek isti'ana from other than Allah? But because the time is actually what is confined, we are starting behind schedule. This particular portion is very, very important. But I pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will unite us again such that we'll be able to explain them, inshallah. Amma ba'd. After that, this amma ba'd, they call it kalimatu al-fasl. Kalimatu al-fasl. If you want to navigate, if you want to enter into another discussion, from a discussion you want to enter another one, you use what? Amma ba'd. Is that taken? This amma ba'd, the scholars differ concerning the first person that used it. Who was the first person that actually used this expression amma ba'd? They mentioned a lot of persons, but Nabi Dawood was very close. Nabi Dawood was the first person that used amma ba'd. Allah says, وَشَدَدْنَا مُلْكَهُ وَآتَيْنَاهُ حِكْمَهُ وَفَصْلَ الْخِطَابِ. Majority of the mufassirun, like Al-Imam Ibn Kathir, Al-Imam Muhammad Jamaluddin Al-Qasimi in his tafsir Mahasin al-Ta'wil, Al-Imam Muhammad ibn Ali ibn Muhammad al-Shawkani in his tafsir Fathul Qadir, Al-Jami'u bayna fannay al-riwaya wa al-diraya min ilm al-tafsir. They brought the statement of the ulama that Nabi like this, yani Fasl al-Khitab is interpreted as amma ba'd. And this is the reason why majority of the scholars went with the view that Nabi Dawood was the first person to use this word amma ba'd. Do we understand? فهذه رسالة مختصرة. This is a summarized message في أحكام الدماء الطبيعية للنساء, on the rulings of the natural blood of the women. جمعتها, I gathered them, ورتبتها, and I actually arranged them, ليستفيد منها طلاب الدورات, In order for the student of workshop to actually benefit from it. This workshop, التي تقيمها رابطة الخريج المسلم الخدمة الوطنية Nigeria, which is actually established or organized by Mcan. So I actually gathered and arranged this particular message for those students that will actually attend the workshop organized by Mcan to benefit from it. Jamal, do we understand? الذين لا يسعهم الوقت, those whom time will not be sufficient for them. Because if it is going to be in form of lecture, the time will not be sufficient لتلقي كل ما يمس بهذا الموضوع, in order for them to learn all that has to do with this particular topic. وسميتها, and I named this particular message الإرشاد إلى معرفة أحكام الدماء الطبيعية للنساء, a guide, or the guide towards knowing the rules of the natural blood of the women. Asalullah al-Mannan al-Karima. I ask Allah, the favor giver, al-Kareem, the most noble or the noblest, an yaj'ala amalana khalisan lillah, that this our work, may He make it purely and sincerely for Him. Nafi'an li'ibadihi, and may He also make it beneficial to His servants. Innahu qaribun mujib. Verily, He, Allah, is closer to anyone who calls Him. Mujib, and He responds to the caller of those who call Him. He responds to those who call Him. Anwaru ad-dima, the types of blood. This is ad-dima. There is amza there is amza at the end. Ad-dima. Anwaru ad-dima, the types of what? Blood. تنقسم الدماء الخارجة من فرج المرأة إلى ثلاثة أقسام. The blood that comes out from the private part of a woman is divided into three. The blood that comes out from the private part of a woman is divided into how many? Into three. Or here they are. Number one, damul hayd, menstrual what? Blood. Number two is what? Damun nifas. What do you call damun nifas? I know you say postnatal bleeding. It is postpartum bleeding. It is not postnatal bleeding. That is very, very wrong usage of word. Postpartum bleeding. You understand? A bleeding that has to do with child delivery. Damul istihaba and hyper bleeding. So these are the three blood that actually comes out from the private part of a woman. Damul istihada, that is hyper bleeding. So we are going to discuss them one after the other. To start with al-hayd, which is the first blood. Ma huwa al-hayd lugatan wa istilahan. What is hayd? Linguistically and technically. What is the meaning of hayd in Arabic language? And what is the meaning of hayd Islamically? When a scholar said hayd, what does it mean? When an Arabic person said hayd, what does it mean? Do we understand? There is need for us to differentiate between these two meanings. So that when we hear an Arab man saying al-hayd, we will not take it for the Islamic meaning. And when we also hear an Islamic scholar saying hayd, we will not take it for what? For the Arabic meaning. Al-hayd lugatan, hayd linguistically, it means saylanu shay wa jariyanuhu, the flowing and pouring of something. The flowing and what? Pouring of something. That's why they said haba al-wadi or haba al-ma. The water is what? Is flowing. Do we understand? So if you are an Arab man saying hayd, what he is trying to establish is something that is pouring and what? And flowing. Do we get? Now, what's istilahan? Now, the technical meaning. What is the technical meaning of hayd? When an Islamic scholar said hayd, what does it mean? هو سيلان الدم الطبيعي. هو سيلان الدم الطبيعي is the flowing of natural blood, الذي ترخيه الرحم, which the womb actually discharge عند البلوغ, at the age of what? Puberty, or at the age of maturity. Do we get it? So that blood that comes out from the womb at the age of maturity is what they call what? Haid, according to some of the scholars. خَلَقَهُ اللَّهُ لِتَغْذِيَةِ الْوَلَدِ. Allah created that blood for the feed of what? Of the embryo. And that's why when a woman is pregnant, it is on a rare case that she what? She menstruates. Do we understand? When a woman is pregnant, she does not menstruate, while the child is feeding from what? From that particular blood. This is what Al-Allama Al-Sheikh Muhammad ibn Salih al-Uthaymeen actually mentioned. Jamal, do we understand this? Wakila, some of the scholars said, when they say hide, what it means is huwa damun yakhruju min qa'ri rahim, is a blood that comes out from the bottom of the womb. Wa yakunu aswad, sometimes it might be black, haron, and hot, ka'annahu muhtariq, as if it is being burnt in fire. Ba'da al-bulugh, this actually happens after what? Maturity. Fi awqati mu'tada, in a habitual time, in habitual periods. Do we understand? This is the definition some of the scholars actually gave to the expression al-hayy. I don't know if we are following. Right. Wakila, some of the scholars said, huwa damun, it is a blood again, yakhruju min kubulil mar'a, that comes out from the private part of a woman, ay min aqsa rahimiha, meaning from the lowest part of the womb, hala sihatiha, when she is healthy. Min ghairi sababin, without any reason. Any reason, min ghairi sababi wilada, without any reason of child delivery. Aw iftidadi bakaratiha, or being deflowered. I hope you are getting it. That blood that comes out without any reason of child delivery, or without, being deflowered. There are some women, when they are actually deflowered, there is this blood that they actually discharge, although it's not all women. Do we understand? The scholars have categorized women into three. That's why in most cases, when you see women that are virgin, we can easily identify them. I hope we are getting the concept. Although that is not why we are here. May Allah continue to guide us. Wakila, some of the scholars said, huwa damun, it is a blood, yahduthu lil untha, that occur to a woman, bi muqtada tabi'a, naturally, biduni sababi, without any reason, fi awqati ma'luma, in what? In specific periods. So if you look at all these definitions, you see that they are pointing towards what? The same thing. That's why the scholar said the definition, the differences in the definition is called ikhtilafu tanawwu. It's a kind of differences that is pointing towards what? The same thing, but with what? Different expressions. Jamal, do we understand this? Walil ha'id. There's a mistake here, it's not ha'id. Cancel that ya and put halif. Put halif, then you put amza and do. Walil ha'id. A woman that is menstruating, thamaniya asma, has 8 names. A woman that is menstruating has how many names? 8. Meaning she can be called 8 names. Kama dhakaraha Ibn al-Arabi, as mentioned by Ibn al-Arabi. Don't make mistake. We have 2 Ibn al-Arabi. We have Ibn Arabi. We have Ibn al-Arabi. Ibn al-Arabi is Ahlul Sunnah. Ibn Arabi is Sufi Zindiq. Is the one that says Ana kapoir. I'm just like a bird. Sometimes you see me in the mosque praying. Sometimes you see me in the church praying. He's the one that said that there is nothing in this my Babariga other than Allah. What he's trying to say that is Allah. I hope you are getting the concept. So it's not that Ibn Arabi. This one is Ibn al-Arabi with what? Marifa. Do we understand? He says that a woman that is menstruating has how many names? 8. Number 1, you can call her Ha'ib. Any woman that is menstruating, you call her Ha'ib. Is that taken? Or you call her Arik. It's still the same thing. Or you call her Farik. Or Omis. Or Daris. Or you can call her Kabir. Or Dahik. Or Lamith. These are all the names of a woman that is what? Menstruating. That means a woman that is menstruating, she's a senior woman. Because the scholars used to say, Kathratul Asma tadullu ala sharafil musamma. The numbers of names indicate the honor of the person that is being called with those names. So we respect what? Women. Isn't it? May Allah bless our women, all of them. Now, ibtida'u al-hayd. The beginning of hayd with a woman. When does hayd actually begin? When can we say that a woman, can actually start observing what? Menstruation. اختلف العلماء في ابتداء الحيض للنساء. The scholars differ concerning the beginning of hayd of the women. إلى مذهبين, to 2 school of thought. Meaning scholars are divided into 2 concerning when a woman will be said to have actually emanated what? Menstruation. Jamal, do we understand? Al-madhab al-awwal, the first school of thought said, qalu huwa maktubun. When does a woman actually began hayd? When does a woman actually what? Began hayd? What this particular session is telling us is, when does a woman actually, when do they start observing hayd? Is it from this our generation, or it has been there? I hope you are getting it now. So the scholars differ into 2 school of thought. The first one said, huwa maktubun ala banati Adam. This hayd has been prescribed upon the children of Adam. Mundu khalaqahunna Allah. Since Allah created them. Ila yawmina hadha, to this our day, wa ila yawmil qiyamah, until the day of what? Qiyamah. So that means it has been there. From what? Inception. So these scholars who said this, they cited evidence. وَاسْتَدَلُّوا بِحَدِيثِ Aisha. They cited evidence with the hadith of whom? Aisha, which Al-Imam al-Bukhari and Muslim reported in their book Sahih, and other scholars like Al-Imam al-Nasa'i. Now, are we getting it? Because Islam is all about what? Evidence. Anything you want to do, if there is no evidence, then we don't key into that thing. Well, anything you tell me, I used to have a friend when I was in school. He was in Arabic department. I hope you are getting it. So, because he's in Arabic department, he felt that he can speak Arabic, or he understands Arabic more than we that were not in Arabic department. I hope you are getting it. So most time when we're discussing about Islam, he will want to bring, 1 or 2 principles from what? From the field of Arabic, from Arabic, field. And I used to tell him that no matter how you understand Arabic, you don't understand Arabic more than the Sahabas. So this thing you are saying, do you have any Sahaba that is supporting you? Do you have any Tabi'i that is supporting you? Do you have any Tabi'i that is supporting you? If you don't have them, it's not part of our religion. I hope you are getting it. Because Allah has made us to understand that no matter the level of your Arabic language, you cannot understand the religion until you connect it. You connect your understanding to the understanding of who? The pious predecessors. And that's why I used to advise people that Arabic is part of Islam, but it's not the entirety of the knowledge of Islam. If you understand Arabic, it doesn't mean that you're a scholar. I'm telling you, we have seen people who understand Arabic, but they don't know anything in Islam. Do you get the concept? May Allah continue to guide us. So whatever you do in Islam, always request for evidence. And that evidence should be what? The Quran and the what? So when Sheikh said that, when those people, I mean those madhab, those school of thought said that Haid has been, since inception, they cited evidence. From where now? From the hadith. Which hadith now? The hadith of Aisha. When Aisha was actually performing Hajj and she saw a menstrual period, she was not happy. The Prophet then told her that inna hadha amrun katabahu Allahu ala banati Adam. Don't worry, this is a matter that Allah has prescribed upon the children of Adam. So
we want to use this medium to welcome our father, the JNI chairman, our mentor, with the Imam of JNI, and all the entourage of the Mr. Chairman, the JNI of Nigeria. JNI is the first organization in Nigeria that built other organizations that we have in Nigeria today. All other associations in Nigeria cannot do without JNI. Make the organization, no one can do without them. Allah has put them in the best position, and indeed they have been doing their most what they can do to make Islam be the best for the all Muslim Ummah in Nigeria. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to continue to strengthen your efforts, sir. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to continue to guide you and your family. And we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to grant you the reward in this life, in the grave, and in the hereafter. We want to hear a brief welcome address to us. We're supposed to have bring this yesterday, but due to some circumstances that is beyond our control, and due to the knowledge of our small corpers. So we are sorry for that. Sir, we want your address. We want you to address us, sir.
No, so it's an arrangement, sir. It's an arrangement. After your address, I will just continue. Since you are going somewhere, no, it's no problem, sir. No problem. So, Chairman, sir, here is the speaker. Give the chairman this. Is it okay? Or raise it up a little bit.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. In the name of Almighty, the merciful, compassionate, all in all. I want to start by greeting all of you in the best of language by saying Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi. So on behalf of Jamaatul Nasrul Islam, the umbrella Islamic organization in the state administration in Nigeria, I want to welcome Muslim corpers from North Central to our modest premises here in Nigeria. First of all, I want to thank God from what I've been through. Those who have come from far and near, got here in safety. And my kind of prayer is that you finish your program successfully and get back to your respective locations safely. We are privileged to host people because this is exactly what we are trying to do, to promote organizations like yours, Muslim corpers of Nigeria. I must say, quite honestly, that I'm impressed not only with the turnout of your members for this program, but for your steadfastness in promoting the religion of Islam. I have no doubt in my mind that most of you here, even though you are very young, about my grandchildren, most of you, because of dedication, commitment, and experience, are more vast in Islam than myself. Islam, as you all know, is the religion of Almighty Allah, and it is a very peaceful religion that God has recommended to mankind. For you not only to belong to the religion of Islam, but to partake in the activities of Islam, I think that you should congratulate yourself and regard yourself as truly lucky. The program, I understand, it has started yesterday and ends tomorrow. But going to circumstances beyond your control, it will appear as if you are even starting today and continue tomorrow. And the best of brains who have the knowledge of our beautiful religion to give you lectures and insight into your religion of Islam. I have no doubt in my mind that the knowledge you are going to acquire here during this program is going to help you do a lot of health activities with Islam. I want to appeal to you. I know by your dedication and commitment, you are not meant to disappoint Islam. I know you all make Islam proud in their individual activities and behavior. You are proud. There's no doubt about it. And wherever you are, wherever you are going to be tomorrow, you will continue to propagate Islam, the religion of Islam. My prayer that God will continue to guide you, bless you, and direct you in the right direction. We are doing what we can here in Kogi State and at the headquarters of the National Islam to encourage you people to promote Islam and to be the best that we can to society. I can see in all of you great future for Islam, and by the special grace of God, with the access to your wives, with the access to your husband. because that is exactly what I think Islam is, exemplary in everything that you do. And that is exactly my prayer for you. Then be exemplary in behavior, in the activities, in your character, and by the special grace of God, you will not be disappointed in your life. Please learn to stick to the tenets of Islam, because it's the first religion that one can be boasted of. Maybe you don't know, but you must have heard that Islam is the fastest growing religion in the world. I have gone to places, even in Spain, UK, and other places, where churches of yesterday have been converted into mosques. And people are accepting this religion by leaps and bounds. The future of this world belongs to Islam. I know that in your mind, that your own contribution towards the making of this greatness of Islam will be greatly enhanced. Do not underrate the role that you play in the society, because the way I look at it, you are the best that God has given to the society. Everything you do, wherever you go, I know that in my mind that is exemplary. God is going to guide you, protect you, and give you where we can to help in society. It is organization like this that molds in our society and will also help the society to grow. I don't want to take much of your time, but you know what our society is like today. It's said to show many adverse things that one does not really want to talk about. Islam is there to correct the ways of the society. Islam in you will certainly set very good examples for others to follow. And when you go out to your respective uh, places, please try to show good example that others will certainly follow. You will be few in number, but once 1, 2, 3 of you convert few others into the food by showing to good example, Islam will be growing. It will be developing that is an agent of development, agent of growth of Islam, agent of expansion of Islam. That is my kind prayer for all of you. I know that in my mind I will especially selected to benefit from this program. May Allah in His infinite mercy make it truly beneficial to all of you. Because when it is beneficial to all of you, it will be beneficial to our society. And if it is beneficial to our society, we will have a better nation, a better Muslim in the community. You people are the agents of change. I have no doubt in the mind that you will make things happen and that your contribution to our activities of Islam going to go along with molding the Muslim society of Nigeria. Once again, I want to welcome all of you and all of you listen, why are they told me to be instructed in lecture that are going to receive here and help this help the unity to go and spread and the pressure of this lecture so that it later very powerful in the future. I may not know the names of all of you here, but I have no doubt in my mind that I'll be hearing the progress and the contribution of most of you related to the meeting of this week. And I'll be happy to hear that whenever you can this and that, and that once in your lifetime, you have an opportunity to come to the headquarters of the National Islamic to this place, for this kind of program. We want to ask you to be interested in the program and we want to have good news, what you do, what you achieve, what you think really even at the headquarters of the National Islamic can do to help all of you collectively or individually. I'm showing you that it will be there for you. Your program is an excellent one, and I'm good out in mind that we are going to bring immensely in this program. Once again, I want to welcome all of you to this program. I wish you very successful program. Thank you.
Jazakumullah khairan khan. We really appreciate your advice. Our father has told us to make a change when we get back to our destination, and I have the strong belief that individual we are going to make a difference when you go back to our destination. Our father, the chairman of PNI Kogi State, Ambassador Usman Bello, we have it's a great privilege having you here with us. Sir, we really appreciate, and also the Imam of DNI, our Ustaz, our Sheikh. Is also part of the facilitator of today, inshallah. The Almighty Allah continue to guide you through and protect you and reward you abundantly in this world and hereafter. We really appreciate your presence here, and we can never underestimate your presence here. The Almighty Allah is the only one that can reward you. We pray may Allah reward you abundantly and accordingly. Jazakumullah khairan, sir. We really appreciate you, sir. Thank you very much.
I wish you the very best.
Bismillah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man wala, amma ba'd. Alhamdulillah, we are going to continue, inshallah, from where we stopped. Wallahi, I must confess that the way we actually structure to treat this book is not actually moving in that manner because of the time actually constraint. I just pray that Allah make it easy. As I'm having lecture outside Kogi State today. I mean, outside Lokoja. I need to travel today. So I'm confused. Like, I'm highly confused. The initial time I was given is 8:30 to 9:30. So I was thinking that that time would have been, to some extent, better for me because the topic I want to go and discuss is a very, very delicate topic, of which, as a Muslim, whatever you say is aman. Allah is going to ask you about it on the day of Qiyamah. And that is why we don't talk until we have gotten concrete evidences on what we want to actually discuss on. So please just manage the class like this. I hope that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will grant tawfiq. We're going to start again, Ibtida'u al-Hayd, the beginning of menstruation with women. اختلف العلماء في ابتداء الحيض. The scholars differ concerning the beginning of menstruation with women. إلى مذهبين. Remove the first man, cancel it. ila madhabain, into two school of thoughts. Al-madhhab al-awwal, the first school of thought said, they said, huwa maktubun ala banati Adam. This menstruation is written upon the children of Adam, mundu khalaqahunna Allah, since Allah created them. So that means they came with it. It's a follow come. It's not something that is what? That is foreign. Ila yawmina hadha, to this our day, wa ila yawm al-qiyamah, until the day of Qiyamah. Women will keep on menstruating. If you see that a woman is not menstruating, then that is contrary to the nature of a woman. And that is why it is, very, very rare among the women that, that are not actually menstruating. There are some women who are not menstruating. Do we know that? Okay, but it's very, very rare. Although some of us try to attach it to some spiritual problems and the likes. May Allah continue to guide us. وَاسْتَدَلُّوا بِحَدِيثِ Aisha. Those who said that this menstruation has been written upon the women since inception, meaning it came with them, they came with it. They cited evidence with the hadith of Aisha, which I said is in Sahih Bukhari and Muslim and others, where the Prophet ﷺ told Aisha, when they were performing Hajj, Aisha actually saw a menstrual period. And she was not happy about that. The Prophet then said, إِنَّ هَذَا أَمْرٌ كَتَبَهُ اللَّهُ عَلَى بَنَاتِ آدَمَ. That undoubtedly this is a matter, this menstruation is a matter Allah has prescribed upon the children of who? Adam, the daughters of Adam. The daughters of Adam. All of you here, you are the daughters of Adam. كُلُّكُم مِّنْ آدَمَ وَآدَمَ خُلِقَ مِنْ تُرَابٍ. All of you are from Adam, and Adam is created from dust. وَهَذَا يَدُلُّ عَلَى أَنَّ بِدَايَةَ الْحَيْضِ. This actually indicates that the beginning of Hayd كَانَ مِنْ أَوَّلِ خَلْقِ بَنَاتِ آدَمَ جَمِيعًا, is from the beginning of the creation of the daughters of Adam, all of them. Do we understand this expression? That means they came with it. Do we understand? Jami'an, please cancel the first ayin. وَأَثَرُ ibn Abbas. And they also cited evidence with what? With the narrations of Ibn Abbas. You can see they cited evidence with Quran, with the Hadith, and also with what now? And with, a narration from a Sahabi. The statement of a companion is an what? Is an evidence. Al-Imam Zanjani said that huwa nahjul huda falzam'u wa qutadi bil ula hu mushayyidu tanzila ala katanjabir. Ibn Taymiyyah al-Harrani in al-Aqidatul Wasitiyah, he mentioned, he said, humul ladina shahadu tanzila. The companions were the one that witnessed the revelation of the Quran. So we can also pick our religion from who? From them. And that's why when you interpret Quran, when you want to interpret Quran, we'll ask you, what is the interpretation of the Sahaba? We don't depend on Arabic alone. Are you getting it? I'll give you an example. Allah says, مَا كَانَ مُحَمَّدٌ أَبَا أَحَدٍ مِّن رِجَالِكُمْ وَلَكِنْ رَسُولَ اللَّهِ وَخَاتَمَ النَّبِيِّينَ. وَخَاتَمْ. The word khatam there means ring. In Arabic language, when you say khatam, it also means ring. So now if we are to follow Arabic language to interpret the Quran, so khatam here means the prophet is the ring of the prophets. Meaning Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to faction other prophets. And that is how some people were misled. That is the who? The Ahmadiyya. I hope you are getting the concept. They were misguided. They misinterpreted this verse. But if we go back to the understanding of the Sahaba, how did they understand this verse? Would have gotten what? The right understanding. How do we understand? So Arabic is not sufficient alone. Until you connect that understanding with that of who? The Sahaba. The Prophet said, he says, Sadaqatu Jariyah. Do you know the meaning of Jariyah in Arabic? Young lady. So that's why somebody can just stand up and say, Sadaqatu Jariyah. Look at the Prophet say, give young lady out in charity. But is that how the companions understood it? Do we get to the concept? So that's why those people, those scholars, they cited evidence with hadith. They also cited evidence with what? The statement of the Sahaba. Because Allah says, وَمَنْ يُشَاكِكِ الرَّسُولِ مِنْ بَعْدِ مَا تَبَيَّنَ لَهُ الْهُدَى وَيَتَّبِعْ غَيْرَ سَبِيلِ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ. Allah says, نُوَلِّهِ مَا تَوَلَّى. Allah, as if Allah differentiated the part of the prophet from the part of the Sahabas here. Who are the mu'minun here? They are the Sahabas. Allah then used wow in between the prophet and the Sahabas. The scholars of Balaga said, Al-wawu, al-atfu yaktadi al-mughayara. Yani wawu al-atf, that is wow of conjunction, it indicates differences. So it's as if Allah is saying the part of the Prophet is different from the part of the Sahaba. Is that how it is? It's not like that. Allah says, whoever disobey, whoever contradict this messenger after guidance has become conspicuous to him, and he decided not to follow the path of the Sahabas. Are they two separate paths? So why did Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala separated them? The scholar said this is what they call dhikrul khas ala al-am ta'ziman li shan al-khas. It's just like what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told us, tanazzalul malaikatu. He then say what? Who is Ruh? Is he not part of the angel? So why did Allah separate him? Dhikrul khas ala al-am ta'ziman li shan al-khas. Mentioning something separately after it has been mentioned generally is a clear-cut evidence indicating the honor of that. Jamal, do we understand? So, after Ibn Abbas, and also the narration of Ibn Abbas, radiallahu anhu, may Allah be pleased with him, called Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, he said, Inna ibtida al-hayd. Verily, the beginning of hayd, kana ala Hawa, was with who? Hawa. What to hayd actually started with who? Hawa. And is there anybody here that exists before Hawa? So Hawa existed before what? That means that name is a special name. May Allah bless all ours. Ba'da an uhbitat min al-jannah. After she was actually what? Okay, it's a mistake. There's a mistake here. I think, is there a mistake there? No, it's correct. Hawa. Ha. After she was actually removed from where? From hellfire, from paradise. That was when she started what? Observing menstruation. If you check Al-Mustadrak, Al-Imam Abu Abdullah Al-Hakim Al-Naysaburi brought this in Al-Mustadrak. Al-Imam Abdul Qawi bin Abdul Azim Al-Mundhiri brought this in Al-Targhib wa Al-Tarhib. Mafhum? Qalu. So those scholars then said, وَإِذَا كَانَ كَذَلِكَ. If this is the case, then for Banatu Adam, Banatuha. The daughters of Adam are the daughters of what? Menstruation. I hope you are getting it. Wallahu a'lam. Allah knows best. So the author said, فَهَذَا يُؤَيِّدُ أَنَّ ابْتِدَاءَ الْحَيْضِ. This actually helped to establish that the beginning of hayd كَانَ فِي أَوَّلِ بَنَاتِ Adam, was actually with the first, daughter of what? Of Adam. Do you understand? Or was actually at the beginning of the daughters of what? Of Adam. Bal ma'a Hawa alayha salam. Rather, it even started with who? Hawa. Do we understand this? So the school of thought, the first school of thought went with the view that what? Hayd has been there right from what? Inception. Al-Madhhab al-Thani, the second school of thought, called, they said, Al-Hayd kana ibtida'uhu fi Bani Israel. Hayd actually began with the Israelites. They said, Lam yusma' bihi. Prior to that time, nobody has ever heard about Hayd. There was nothing like Hayd. Meaning, during the time of Hawa, there was nothing like what? Hayd. Are we together? Walam ta'rifuhu is ta'rifuhu, not ya'rifuhu. Please change it. Walam ta'rifuhu an-nisa'u min qablihim. Women before the Israelite women do not know anything about what? Hayd. So what is their evidence? Tadallu bi-athar ibn Mas'ud. They cited evidence with the narration of Ibn Mas'ud, which Abdul Razak actually brought in his Musannaf. قال Ibn Mas'ud said, كان الرجال والنساء في بني إسرائيل يصلون جميعا. That the men and the women, the Israelite men and the women, they used to pray together. فكانت المرأة تتشرف للرجال. So the women began to show that they too, they are more than the men. I hope you are getting it. They began to show as if what? They are of the same status with the men. فَأَلْقَ اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِنَّ الْحَيْض. Allah then casted hayd into them. Jamal, do you understand? وَمَنَعَهُنَّ الْمَسَاجِدِ. Allah then prevented them from entering what? The masjid. So those scholars who said hayd began with the women of the Israelites, they said this is their evidence. And this evidence is also what? Authentic. So how do we marry them together? That is why the author, he says, وَالرَّاجِعِ, the most superior opinion, وَاللَّهُ أَعْلَمُ. Allah knows best. ما ذهب إليه أصحاب المذهب الأول is the view of the first school of thought. What is their view? بنات آدم منذ خلقهن. It is prescribed upon the children of Adam since Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created them. وأثر ابن مسعود, the narration of Ibn Mas'ud, محمول is actually considered على أن الحيض, that haid اشتد عليهن, became intensive. It's not that they were not observing haid, they were observing haid, but the haid became what? Intensive upon them. فكان بمثابة العقوبة. It was now a kind of punishment to them. Do we understand? فكان يعني بمثابة العقوبة لهن. It was as a result of what? A punishment to them. من كثرته وشدته, by making it much and also making it intensive. Do we understand? Why? Because they actually what? They disobeyed. They committed sin. Do we understand? What is their sin? They were trying to wear the same clothes with who? With the men. وَذَلِكَ مَا قَالَ تَعَالَى, and that is what Allah the Most High said, فَأَرْسَلْنَا عَلَيْهِمُ الطُّوفَانَ. Allah says we sent upon them flood, وَالْجَرَادِ, and also what? Locust, وَالْكُمَّلِ, and lice, وَالضَّفَادِعِ, Allah says frogs, وَالدَّمْ, and bloods, آيَاتٍ مُفَصَّلَاتٍ, as a distinct, as what? Distinct signs. This verse can be found in Surah Al-A'raf, verse 133. مع أن الطوفان نزل على قوم نوح من قبل. Even though this flood was actually, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent it to the people of Nuh before the Israelites. Allah destroyed the people of Nuh with what? With flood. So for al-ma'na, Sheikh said, what this expression actually means is أن الحيض سلط على نساء بني إسرائيل. That haid was actually casted upon the women of the Israelites بشدة وبكثرة, by making it intensive and much لعصيانهن, as a result of what? Their disobedience. وليس معنى ذلك أن ابتداءه كان عليهن. It does not mean that haid actually began with what? With them. Please, do we understand it? Are we getting it at all? I want this class to be such that after a year you can teach another person. Can we do that? Do we understand this concept? So now, haid actually is something that has been written upon the women right from where? Inception. Do we understand? The narration of Ibn Mas'ud actually indicate that it became intensive upon the women of the Israelites as a result of what? Their disobedience. It's not that they were the one that actually began, haid. Is that clear? Sinnu bad'i al-haid. The age at which a woman begins what? Haid. At what age? Is it 15, 30, 12? At what age? Do we understand? The author says, هذه المسألة اختلف فيها, is not عليها, اختلف فيها العلماء إلى مذهبين. The scholars actually differ concerning this particular matter into two schools of thought. المذهب الأول, the first school of thought, قول أكثر العلماء, is the view of majority of the scholars. This first school of thought is the view of what? Majority of the scholars. أن وقته لا يبدأ قبل بلوغ الأنثى 9 سنين. That haid, it does not emerge before a woman reaches 9 years. They said haid, that is menstruation, does not actually emerge before a woman reaches what? 9 years. Meaning that what? Any blood that a woman sees below 9 years is not what? Haid, according to these people. Do we understand? قالوا فإذا رأت الدم قبل بلوغها هذه السن. If she sees blood before she actually reaches this particular age, لا يكون دم حيض. That blood will not be considered as what? As haid. بل دم علة وفساد. That blood will be considered as a bad blood. Do we understand? وهو مذهب الحنفية. And this is the view of Imam Abu Hanifa والشافعية, the view of Imam الشافعي والمالكية, and also the view of Imam Malik. So what is their evidence? وحجتهم Their evidence, hadith is the hadith. When it was said that the Prophet said, "Ida ata al jariya," can see jariya here means what? Young lady. Tis'u sinin. If a young lady actually reaches 9 years, fahiya imra'atun, she has become what? A woman. But this hadith is not what? It's not authentic. The hadith is hadith that is weak. Is that okay? You don't want to say that this is weak. It's not me that consider it to be a weak hadith. Is that okay? It's the scholars of hadith. Jamal, do we understand? So if we say that this hadith is weak, so that means that view we'll put it aside, isn't it? Al-Madhhab al-Thani, the second school of thought, said, La hada li sinnil hayd. There is no specific age for hayd. إذا خرج الدم من فرج الأنثى, if blood comes out from the private part of a woman, أقل من 9 سنين, who is less than 9 years, بصفة الدم المعروفة, with the scripture of the known blood للحيض for hayd, فهو hayd, that blood will be considered as what? As hayd. Inshallah, we are going to tell you the future of the blood of hayd so that you identify it. Is that okay? لأن الله لم يحدده بوقت دون وقت, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did not stipulate, he did not specify a period when hayd will come out and when it will not come out. يسألونك عن المحيض, Allah said قل هو أذن. Do you understand? They ask you concerning a woman that is menstruating, Allah says, say that what? It is dead. So when that hayd is seen, then that dirty is what? Is established. When the hayd is no longer there, then that dirty is no longer what? It's no longer there. Do we understand that? نعم ثبت حكمه يعني لم يحدده بوقت دون وقت. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did not specify a specific period when hayd will come and when it will not come. متى وجد الحيض, anytime that hayd is actually found بصفته المعروفة, with its known futures, ثبت حكمه, the ruling of hayd will be what? Established. ذهب إلى هذا القول جماعة من أهل العلم. Majority of the scholars, they went with this particular view. منهم, among them is Ibn al-Munzir, وابن تيمية, and also Ibn Taymiyyah. We know Ibn Taymiyyah, Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah al-Harrani al-Hanbali al-Dimashqi. We ask Allah to have mercy upon him. The one whom some of the scholars said womb can never give birth to his like. Ibn Taymiyyah, womb cannot give birth to what? His life. Ibn Taymiyyah began to give lecture in Darul Hadith al-Sukhriya when he was 23 years. The judge of all judges, he came. The first day Ibn Taymiyyah was to give lecture, the judge of all judges came to see who is this small boy. Wallahi, when Ibn Taymiyyah began to give lecture, he took his pen and began to write. Ibn Taymiyyah al-Harrani al-Hanbali al-Dimashqi alayhi rahmatullah. When he was much younger, he converted a Jew to Muslim. A Jew, he converted him to Islam. A person left his town to come and try Ibn Taymiyyah. He said he has been hearing of Ibn Taymiyyah. He went to meet a tailor. He said, please, I'm looking for Ahmad ibn Abdul Halim. The man said, don't worry, he will soon come and pass with his colleagues to school. Behold, Ibn Taymiyyah came and was passing. The man said, that is Ibn Taymiyyah that you are looking for. This scholar, who is a scholar of hadith also, he called Ibn Taymiyyah. He said, give me your slate. He collected his slate. He wrote some hadith, very lengthy hadith. Ibn Taymiyyah, he asked Ibn Taymiyyah to read it. Ibn Taymiyyah read the hadith. He collected the slate. He wiped it. He said, he asked him again to read the hadith. Ibn Taymiyyah brought the hadith up. Jamal, do you understand? So Ibn Taymiyyah is not somebody that you play with at all. May Allah Ta'ala have mercy upon him. So this is the view of Ibn Taymiyyah, but still, that does not mean that whatever Ibn Taymiyyah say, we will say, is it Ibn Taymiyyah that said it? That is our view. No. It's not Ibn Taymiyyah that Allah sent to us. And that is why I'm using this opportunity to advise us. Let us seek for knowledge. Jamal, don't actually allow yourself not to be among those that are not seeking for knowledge. Wallahi ta'ala. One of the greatest means to misguidance is not seeking for knowledge. Wallahi thumma billah. As I'm sitting before you, wallahi, I have a scholar. Wallahi tallah. I have a scholar within Nigeria and even outside Nigeria. Do we understand? And this scholar, there is no day we don't learn from them. Because of distance, we learn from them online. This I'm telling you is life. Because anytime you think that you have become a scholar, you don't know anything. Al-Imam Shafi'i, it's already time. Al-Imam Shafi'i, you know what Al-Imam Shafi'i said? The scholar said when Al-Imam Shafi'i was very, very young, two people quarreled before him. He does not understand their tribe. They quarreled to the extent that they took the case to the court. And they asked both of them, who is your witness? They say, Imam Shafi'i. They called Imam Shafi'i. That were you there when these two people were quarreling? He said, yes. He said he does not understand their tribe, but he can repeat what they said in their tribe. That is the kind of brain Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave to Imam Shafi'i. And Imam Shafi'i, this Imam Shafi'i with this kind of brain, he said, the more I learn, the more I know I don't know anything. And that's why Ibn Abi Ghassan, according to what Sheikh Muqbil Ibn Hadi al-Wadi'i al-Yamani mentioned in Nasihati li-Talabat al-Ilmi, he says that لا تزال عالما ما كنت متعلما فإذا استغنيت كنت جاهلا. You will never cease to be a scholar as long as you are still learning. By the time you think that the knowledge I have, maybe because you have studied Sahih Bukhari and others, you said I'm sufficient. He said at that particular period in time, you have become an ignorant person. Our Amir knows one of my teacher, Abu Ubaidah. He's a scholar of Hadith. But wallahi, there is no weekend Sheikh does not go to, Dr. Umar Sani, Rijal Lemu, and Dr. Birinu. This our teacher, I'm telling you, when we have private class with him, he doesn't teach us in English language. In fact, when I see him giving ta'lim in English language, I used to be surprised. He teaches in Arabic, even if you don't understand Kala in Arabic, that is his rule. He doesn't teach in any other language apart from Arabic. His Arabic is superb. Wallahi tallah. If you enter his room, you know that he's a scholar. But yet he's still going to learn. So if our own teachers are still learning, that means we don't know anything. Jamal, do we understand? So please let us keep on learning. Well, Uthaymin, and this is the view of Uthaymin وغيرهم and others. وقال العلامة ابن الأثيمين رحمة الله عليه. Al-Allama, Ibn Uthaymin is Al-Allama. The scholars say if they mention Al-Faqih, if they mention Faqih, in this our generation, they did not put any name, they are referring to Uthaymin. Do we understand? May Allah have mercy upon him. He says, Sahihun. What is correct? It is correct. And that a woman la tahid ghaliban does not observe menstruation, most time, illa ba'da tamami tis'i sinin, except after she has completed how many years? 9 years. Lakin al-nisa yakhtalifna. But women actually differ. Do we understand? So it's possible we could get a woman that observe what? These are menstrues before what? Before 9. فَالْعَادَ خَاضِعَةً لِجِنْسِ النِّسَاءِ. Do we understand? So, the custom concerning menstrual blood now, concerning menstruation, depends on the class of a woman. Do we understand? It could be, if you look at our environment, if our environment is hot or our environment is cold, I hope you are getting it. These are things that will facilitate her to start on time or to start what? To start late. Jamal, do we understand? So if we look at these two views now, all of them agree that what? A woman at the age of 9, she can start what? High. What they differ on is less than what? Less than 9. And we said the correct view is that whenever a woman sees blood, and that blood has any of the features of hide, we'll take it to be what? Hide. Please permit me to just finish this particular section. Sinnul yas min al hide. The age of menopause. And do you understand? The age at which a woman will not observe hide again. When she sees blood, we say that blood is not hide. What is that age? It has been affirmed medically that menopause actually differ. Do you understand? Based on the differences of the environment. Hararatul jaw wa rutubatuhu. The hotness and the coldness of what? Of the weather. Do we understand? وَلِذَلِكَ كُلُّ مَذْهَبٍ أَفْتَى بِمَا كَانَ فِي بَيْعَةٍ. And that's why each of the madhab, they gave verdict based on what? Their own environment. Do we understand? وَلَمْ يَشْمَلِ الْحُكْمُ بِكُلِّ بَيْعَةٍ. Their ruling did not actually encompasses all the environment. It depends. They gave their own verdict based on their own what? environment. Kamayeli, as you are going to see. Al-Ahnaf, the madhab of Hanafiya, they said, Sinnul Iyasu wa khamsu wa khamsuna sana al-Muqtar. According to what is selected in their own madhab, the age of menopause is 55 years. Do we understand? According to which madhab now? Hanafiya. Al-Hanabila, the madhab of Imam Ahmad, huwa khamsuna sana, they said is what? 50 years. Al-Shafi'iyya, the madhab of Imam Shafi'i, they said ithnan wa sittuna sana, 62 years. Al-Malikiyya, the madhab of Al-Malikiyya, they said that lam yuhaddu shay'a. They did not actually stipulate anything. And that is the qawl al-wadi. I hope you are getting it. Wallahu ta'ala a'lam. Kullu ha'ulahi al-madha'ib. All these madha'ib that we have mentioned, qalu, they said, إِذَا رَأَتِ الدَّمْ, if a woman sees blood, بعد هذه السنوات المحدودة عندها, after this specific period, which they actually stipulated, فَلَيْسَ بِحَيْ. That blood will not be considered as what? As high. Meaning, according to the madhab of the Hanafiya now, if a woman sees blood at the age of 56, it's not what? It's not high. The Hanabila, 51 is not high. The Shafi'iyya, 63 is not what? It's not high. Jamal, do we understand? حكمه حكم الدم يعني الاستحاضة. Its ruling is going to be the ruling of what? Hyperbleeding. Our mother, dam al-fasad, or bad blood, according to them. But we have mentioned that what? The most superior opinion, wallahu alam, is the view of what? The Malikiyya. Jamal, do we understand? Let's take this and stop here. To them al-hayd, the futures of menstrual blood. يشترط في دم الحيض أن يكون على صفة من صفات الدم الآتية. It is conditioned that the blood of haid should be, should have one of the following futures. Do we understand? One of the following what? Futures. Number one is أن يكون سواد, is that it should be black. But sometimes it's not necessary that it's black, it could be red also. Do we understand? And yakuna ghalidan, it should also, that is his first one. The third one, the second one is that it should be thick. Do we understand? The third one is what? An yakuna lahu rahi'atun muntina, it should have a malodorous odor. What do I mean by malodorous odor? Offensive odor. Do we understand? Because of the statement of the Prophet ﷺ in the expression, that blood is a black blood that is known. So blood of high menstrual blood has what? Offensive odor. And that's why when a woman is menstruating, if she's a kind of woman who do not take care of herself, when she passes by you, you will not be able to eat. Well, like majority of women, they don't, I'm very sorry. But sorry, I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to attack women. I respect women very well. Is that okay? In fact, to love women is part of the sunnah of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Do we understand? I'm only trying to expose us to the reality that some women, if they are menstruating, they don't take care of themselves. Inshallah, we're going to discuss this extensively when we come to discuss on how to take menstrual, bath. You see them, in fact, if you are in the same class with them, you'll not be able to sit. May Allah save us. So that malodorous odor is there. Do we understand? This is what the scholars actually unanimously agreed upon. ولكن زاد بعض المتأخرين المعاصرين الأطباء. But some of the later generation scholars, do you understand? That is the doctors now. They added shartan rabi'a, the fourth condition. The doctors, they added which condition? The fourth condition. Allah yakuna yajmad yani bisura. It should be that the blood does not coagulate on time. Menstrual blood does not what? You know the meaning of coagulation, right? It does not coagulate on what? On time. So any blood that actually fulfills this four, that blood is said to be what? High. Anyhow the woman see that blood, I hope you are getting it now. Anyhow, if she likes, she should be pregnant, because there are some scholars who are of the view that a woman that is pregnant, she cannot see, she cannot observe what? Menses. I said, no, you can't give direct, you can't give such open evidence. You look at the blood. If the blood has any of the nature, any of the features of high, it's considered to be high. Do we understand? Please understand these features as what we are going to be discussing. We are going to be building upon what? This particular one. Futures. May Allah Ta'ala continue to guide us. The moderator, he said my time is off. Whatever I've said that is wrong, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgive me. And whatever I've said that is correct, may Allah reward each and every one of us abundantly. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakumullah khairan. We really appreciate the lecture and we appreciate you for giving us this beneficial knowledge. May Almighty Allah continue to reward you abundantly. We apologize for the preparation. It is not, it's beyond our control. And indeed, you can say that we are mixing. Now we have a lot of questions in our mind, but inshallah, there is no room for questions. It's supposed to be in the third part of the section now, but this is just then we are moving to the second part, inshallah. And the order given to me is that we are going to merge the lecture of life after service and Islamic business. We are going to merge it together now. But the facilitator is the same person, so it will start from the life after service, then we move to the Islamic business. And the okay, before the presence of the facilitators, if you have questions, and I will just give sisters, no, let me give. Brother don't supposed to have questions on this section. Brother, do you have questions? I think it's sisters. But sincerely speaking, you don't supposed to give sisters questions. Question from that angle. Yeah, come forward before our facilitator is around because he's on his way. Please be fast.
The Bluetooth. Now, I just want to ask, although I've asked and I've gotten some answer, but I still want to know more about it. Like, when we finish, like, the question I asked was, how many days do we do our, my voice is very loud. How many do female do their menstruation before they start solat? Because somebody asked me that question and I said till they finish, till the end of the blood before they will start observing their solat. But when I was giving that answer, he said 3 days. That after 3 days, any blood that is coming after 3 days, that we can start performing our solat. I don't know how it is because me, I still prefer my menstruation to finish before I start performing my solat. Because I notice that it's not good that I notice. Some people do it more than a week. So do they start the prayer after 3 days or until the menstruation ends?
Now, what you are saying is, we call it apawari. This is change in state in what? In menstrual flow. We are going to discuss it here, inshallah. It is very, very essential. This is change, we will discuss it, inshallah. It's part of what we are going to discuss, inshallah. May Allah forgive us. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. We welcome our facilitators, the Imam of JNI, Jamaat Muslim Islam. We welcome the PRO of Jamaat and also our father here with our Imam and also our brother here with our Imam also. Imam taoheed, the JNI Chief Imam, which our Ustaz is going to discuss about life after service. Inshallah, we best greeting because we don't have much time. We'll have do the proper introduction to you, our father on the IT Musa, but we honor you and we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to honor you more.
Yes, okay, Imam will be answering.
Imam, this is an imam. No, sir.
We are just a student.
Inshallah, we are going to start the lecture now.
Amir, where is my paper?
Okay.
Khalifa. Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah, ولي الصالحين والعاقبة للمتقين ولا عدوان إلا على الظالمين. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله الواحد الأحد الفرد الصمد الذي لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد، وأشهد أن سيدنا وحبيبنا وشفيعنا ومولانا محمد مصطفى بن عبد الله الذي بلغ الرسالة وأدى الأمانة ونصر الأمة وتركنا جميعا على مهاج البيضاء ليلها كنهارها ولا يدل ما يتمسك بها إلى يوم يقوم الناس لرب العالمين. Our most distinguished brothers and sisters in Islam, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Permit me to thank the North Central Zone of Mcan for this wonderful program they have organized, the wonderful Daorah program they have organized, and also to show my appreciation for asking me to make a humble contribution in this program. The topic of our discussion, as we don't have much time today, is life after service, life after NYC. There is a paper that has been prepared. If we follow the paper, even if we cannot exhaust the content, we'll try to do our best to cover major aspect of it. In the past, the NYSC used to be a program preparing youth for the next stage in life. Some sizable corpers were retained in their area of primary assignment, while some have jobs waiting for them as they complete service. In our own days, there are institutions that used to come, or NGOs that will come to the university, and they will pick students. Even before they go for service, they already have a placement. But I know things are changing. Things are changing fast, and unemployment is a going concern among our teeming youth today. So we advise the youth of our ummah to be keen after service on earning a living according to the opportunities, let's say the lawful opportunities available to them, along being keen on lawful gain. Okay. And whatever opportunity that will come their way, they should be keen that these opportunities amount to lawful gains. The Prophet ﷺ encouraged us to work and search for lawful means and to eat from the work of our hands, not to be dependent on other people. This is what the Prophet ﷺ and the prophets, their companions, and the scholars of old, this is what they did. The Prophet ﷺ, in a hadith, the Prophet ﷺ in a hadith stated that no one ever eats food better than that earned from the work of his hands. No one ever eats a food that is better than that he earned from the work of his hands. And Prophet Dawood alayhi salatu wasalam used to eat from the work of his hand. And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam also mentioned in another hadith that, there are serious ones I observed. I've seen it before coming to class, but no problem, inshallah, we'll manage, inshallah. Just as I was saying, that the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ stated that the best kind of food that one could ever have is the one that he got from the works of his hands. And he said, Nabi Dawood alayhi salatu wasalam used to eat from the work of his own hand. And this hadith is recorded in Bukhari. Ma akala ahadun ta'aman kat khayran min an ya'kul min amal yadi. Wa inna Nabi Dawood alayhi salatu wasalam kana ya'kul min amal yadi. That was the hadith I tried to quote. And the Prophet also said that if you are to trust in Allah genuinely, He will give you provisions as He does for the birds. The birds will go out hungry in the morning and come back full in the evening. This hadith also is recorded in Tirmidhi and Al-Hakim, and Albani classified the hadith as one of the authentic hadiths. لو أنكم توكلتم على الله حق توكله لرزقكم كما يرزق الطير تغود خماسا وتروي بطانا. And this is one of the strategic hadiths about reliance upon Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. For instance, if someone was saying that he has read the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, that if we are to rely on Allah as we are supposed to rely on Allah, then why will I disturb myself to think about engaging in some useful activities? I can just be a bird. Just wake up in the morning and with empty stomach, and my stomach will be filled in it. But the bird do fly out of its nest. So even though if you want to become a bird, you too should fly out of your nest. Don't just say I'm a bird, and the bird didn't say I'm bored and it stays in its nest. In the morning it flies out. So you too should fly out of your nest, and that takes an effort, to go out, to fly out of your nest. There's an effort there, and not just mere flying out, but it has to patch in places that there are actually things to be taken in. So there is still some little effort. Even if you want to become a bird, you have to fly out. So some people read this like this and turn it upside down and said the Prophet said we can just be like a bird if we rely on Allah. And I remember there's somebody who came to the Prophet ﷺ, and the Prophet ﷺ asked him that, where is your camel? He said that I left it outside wandering on its own. I left it to the care of Allah. He said, did you fasten it? He said, no. He said, go and tie the camel. Then rely upon Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So relying on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not stupidity. You just need to do some due diligence. Then you now rely on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the Prophet ﷺ also said that, first of all, he urged the people not to depend on others. And this is what we want for our noble brothers and sisters after service. We don't want you to continue to depend on others, because some others have already taken the pain to see you through the system. All this while, they have been making a lot of sacrifice. These others, may Allah reward them immensely. They have tried their best to see that you pass through the system hitch-free. So now that they are taking you to this level, it is most kind on your part not to continue to depend upon them. And they too will understand there's always going to be a process. There's going to be a process. And at the end of the process, what we are expecting at the end of the process is that you become independent financially. So, but during the process, the these good, noble entities that supported you throughout your study, they are still ready to understand that you have still not found your foot on the ground. So they will continue to be there for you. But in your own, you should make a niyyah, an intention, that you don't want to continue to depend upon them. So this is the encouragement that the Prophet ﷺ gave. And we have to be content with whatever we have. The Prophet ﷺ urged Muslims to supplicate Allah and to resort to Him, to do dua, to ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And to, when we do dua to Allah, to seek help from Allah. In fact, there is the Prophet ﷺ take oath of allegiance from the companions that they will not ask people for something. They will not just be begging. So they have to make a firm commitment to the Prophet ﷺ that they will not beg people. To the extent that a companion, even his cane will fall from his hand on the camel, and he will have to stop the camel, come down from the camel and pick his cane, because they don't want to ask somebody to do it for him. So it has gotten to that level. And in one hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, he said, "Kad afla man aslama wa ruziqa kafafa wa kana'u Allahu bima ata." The Prophet ﷺ says, "Successful is the person who embraced Islam and has been provided with what is just sufficient for his need and been made contented by Allah with what He has given to him." This hadith is recorded in Muslim. So when a Muslim, first of all, we thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for Iman. We thank Allah for Iman. After Iman, another great blessing that Allah ta'ala can bestow upon His servant is to make you contented with whatever He has bestowed upon you. Whatever Allah gives to you, should be satisfied with it. Because there's always someone who is lower than you there. There's someone lower than you. Just be contented with what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given to you. In one place, the Prophet posited that it will be better for any one of you to gather firewood than to ask anyone who may give him or not. Even if the person is going to give you, it is still better for you to save some of your salvage, some of your dignity, some of your integrity, some of your honor by not asking. Even if you know the person definitely will give you. And he said it by وَالَّذِي نَفْسِ بِيَدِهِ لِأَنْ يَأْخُذَ أَحَدَكُمْ حَبْلِهِ فَيَحْتَطَبْ عَلَى زَهْرِهِ خَيْرٌ لَهُ مِنْ أَنْ يَأْتِي رَجُلًا فَيَسْأَلُ أَعْطَاهُ أَوْ مَنَعَهُ. So even if he gives you or he doesn't give you, it is still better for you. It's more dignified that you should not go begging people. The companion of the Prophet ﷺ used to trade. Please, I want you to listen attentively here. Among the things that the Prophet ﷺ used to do and his companion is that they trade. From this narration, we have gotten one thing that we finish our service, which we can become like the Prophet and his companion and try to trade. We can engage in some good trade. I read a hadith before that if you divide the wealth of the world in 10 places, 9 over 10 is in selling and buying. 9 over 10 is in selling and buying. It's only 1 over 10 that is orders. In fact, strictly speaking, the world economic system is built 9 over 10 in selling and buying. It's only 1% that is orders, according to the Prophet. So the Prophet used to, and his companion, engage in trade and farming. The Prophet used to farm. We have gotten how many now? We have trading and we have farming. In fact, when the Prophet arrived in Medina, Medina is desert, and up to now is still a desert. But the Prophet posited that anyone who will develop any part of land in Medina, he will become the owner, the automatic owner of that land. So people started converting the desert to a granary, whereby they made, and up to today in Medina still has a lot of chunk of farms that have been there right from the time of the Prophet to date. people farmed and farmed and farmed and farmed. So the Medina is an agrarian society, while the Mcan is the capitalist society. They don't do a lot of farming in Mecca. But Medina, up to today, there's still evidence of farm in Medina. So farming is another very good thing that our brothers and sisters can partake in. But I'm not talking about subsistent farming. I'm talking about farming as a business. We'll talk about this when we come to our next class, inshallah. We are talking about farming as a business. But in the time of the Prophet, they don't mind, they just farm. Subsistent farming that time, they don't care. And work as wage earners. Right from the time of the Prophet, somebody could work and be paid, remunerated for what he has done. So you can earn salary from working. And some of the righteous predecessors of this ummah were craftsmen. Some of them were artisans and craftsmen. They learned something. One sister was telling me 2 days ago that she just completed a course on tailoring. So she's now a fashion designer, and that we should do dua for her. I was very happy with the sister, and we pray that Allah will put barakah in what she has acquired, and may Allah Ta'ala make her to be a source of benefit to herself, her family, and to the entire ummah. This sister really impressed me. She said she has just finished learning fashion designing, and after service, that is what she went for first after service. Actually, she started during service because where she was serving, there was somebody who had a kind of establishment. So she was going there at her spare time. When she finished service, she now focused on that, and she finally ended and learned a kind of craft. So, and this to the extent that some of them were known for their crafts. Some companions of the Prophet were identified. They were actually identified by the crafts which they held, such as Al-Bazar. Al-Bazar means someone who deals in grain, a grain merchant. There's Al-Khawas, one who works with the palm leaves. He does a lot of crafts with the palm leaves. And there's Darakutni, someone who deals with cotton, a cotton trader. And there's the Dabag, a tanner. There's Haddad, a blacksmith. And the Bakar, a grocer. So companions of the Prophet were identified with their own crafts to show you that it's really meritorious for somebody to have one kind of expertise here or there. One can always fall upon. It can even be a side hustle. You have something doing your side hustle that you dedicate some little period to 1 hour, 2 hours in a day, every week, so that you can earn some lawful income through that. Just as we said, some companions of the Prophet used to work as wage earners when necessary in return for some dry dates. At that time, since there is so much currency in circulation, so they work in exchange for dates, for dry debina. And after accomplishing their mission, they collect in return as their remuneration, they collect dry dates as remuneration after accomplishing their mission. Ka'ab bin Ujra, may Allah be pleased with him, said, I came to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and I saw that the Prophet was paid. So I said to the Prophet sallallahu I said, may I ransom you with my father and mother. That is the way the Arab man speaks to show the circumstances, the seriousness of the circumstances. Say, may my father and mother be a ransom for you, Ya Rasulullah. So, what is wrong with you? Because he saw the Prophet was paid. He now asked, what is wrong with the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam? And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam answered that I have not eaten for 3 days. I have not eaten for 3 days. This is the Prophet of Allah and also the leader, the commander-in-chief of the entire Muslims of the world at that time. He has not eaten for 3 days. Subhanallah. So when he said this to the companion, I went and found a Jew watering his camels, and I worked for him in return for some dry dates, and brought them to the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who said, "O Kab, how did you get this?" And I told him, I explained to him. This hadith is recorded to the end of the hadith in At-Tabarani, and Albani said this hadith is a very, very good hadith. This companion, look at it, didn't just work for another Muslim personality, but he went to work for a Jew, and he was paid. I know some of our brothers and sisters don't want to work for establishments that are not primarily or basically Muslim establishments. But if you want to work for a Muslim establishment, the course you read will betray you. Because if you read some courses that we don't have such places we can put you in, then you just have to go and work elsewhere, whereby you'll be relevant. Whether these organizations are owned by Muslims basically or they are owned by non-Muslims, just like what you see this companion did. So don't insist and persist that you must work at a Muslim establishment. So if there are no any Muslim establishment, you can always work somewhere else. What is important is that you'll be remunerated for your work at the end of the day, and you can become useful to yourself and useful to society. This hadith proves that the companions did not disdain from available work. They did not disdain from whatever work that they can lay their hands on, no matter how little its wage. They can also add that to their portfolio and try to earn something from it. It also proves that they used to meet their needs through work, not by asking. The companions have the habit of trying to meet their needs by actively participating in work, not by begging people and asking them. One of the most important matters is that workers have to develop and increase their faith and honesty. This is very important for our young Muslim brothers and sisters, that we need to increase our capacity in terms of iman and honesty. And I know that this leadership training program is targeted towards increasing our iman, faith in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and also to increase our honesty. As faith and righteous deeds are among the greatest means to achieve one's ambitions. If you have iman in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and you engage in righteous deeds, these are one of the means that has been stipulated in our religion for you to achieve your ambitions. And faith and righteous deeds also encourage employers to employ workers, as the daughter of the righteous man said to her father concerning Musa alayhi salatu wasalam, in the verse in which Allah Almighty says, one of the women said, "Oh my father, hire him. Indeed, the best one you can hire is the strong and trustworthy." This particular incident is narrated in the Holy Quran, chapter 28, verse 26. Surah Al-Qasas now. Yes. Inna khaira man ista'ajalta lakawiyyun amin. Call it idamuna. So Musa alayhi salatu wasalam saw two ladies trying to water their animals, and they were not finding it easy. They stayed aside while men were doing their own stuff. And when Musa alayhi salatu wasalam noticed these noble ladies that are trying to water their animal, and they could not do that because it was the men's world, so they stayed aside. Musa alayhi salatu wasalam took notice of them and tried to come to their aid. In fact, he did supported and helped them to water their animals. And when he finished, he went to stay back in his own corner. He went back to his corner and stayed. There's a dua that Musa alayhi salatu wasalam did. Who remembers that dua? He made a dua when he went to, okay, say the dua, let's hear. min khairin fakir. This dua is very, very important. Rabbi inni lema anzalta alayya min khairin fakir. He did this dua. I just digress a little because I used to do this dua whenever I'm stranded. Subhanallah. Sometimes when you see that all doors are closed and all windows are closed, it's because there's a storm outside and Allah wants to keep you safe from the storm. So when I go to my corner, I always remember this dua of Nabi Musa alayhi salatu wasalam, and very soon Allah will come to my rescue. So you too can form the habit of doing this dua. And Nabi Musa alayhi salatu wasalam, he gave service, voluntary service to this lady, noble ladies. And when he finished, he went and stayed in his corner and he did the dua to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for Allah's support. And he didn't even list what he wanted. He was just saying that anything you throw before me, Allah, I need it. Anything you can throw to me, I needed it. And what did Allah do to Musa alayhi salatu wasalam? Those ladies went to tell their father about the humanitarian services that Musa alayhi salatu wasalam rendered to them. And the daughter was recommending Musa to the father that Ista'ajal, hire this person. Because the best person you can hire is somebody who has integrity. He didn't take any advantage of us. He just rendered service and he forgot about us and went to stay in his own corner. Someone who has integrity and is very strong. And is very strong. Because even the stone they use in covering the well that Musa alayhi watered these animals from, they said they needed about 10 people to lift the stone. But Musa alayhi alone used his own leg and hands and shoulders and lifted the stone away from the well alone. Something that people has to gather before they can lift. He alone took the stone off the well and watered the animal and returned the stone back again on the well. All by himself. Said this person is strong and is trustworthy because he didn't take any advantage of us. He just helped us and he bowed out. He took his leave. So from this verse of the Holy Quran in Surah Al-Qasas, it becomes very, very congruent that our sisters and brothers should try to acquire some traits of honesty. Because when you are honest, inshallah, you are setting up yourself to become a potential employee of great establishment because they want someone who is honest. I don't know if you saw, there was one time something went viral on the net. I think somebody from Ghana posted that the Ghanaians were complaining that they can't hire Ghanaians in their corporations and in their establishment and in their companies because they will run down their companies. So they have to go and hire Indians and Chinese people instead of hiring Ghanaians. So just hire Ghanaians for the menial jobs, the laborer and the non-skilled opportunities in the establishment. But for the real CEO of the company, chief executive of the company, they just have to hire Indians. I said, if the Ghanaian people are complaining about this, they better travel to Nigeria. They are not traveled anywhere. Because anybody you employ in your own establishment here is always struggling to cut corners and cheat. Everybody is trying to cheat. If it's an accountant, he will try to write and pad informations and make away with your money. So whatever position you fix Nigerians, they will try to cut corners. Not everybody, but we are talking about majority here. So that is why when people build their establishment and their companies here, they prefer to go to India and hire Indians or Chinese people to come and head the establishment. It's happening also in Ghana. It's not only in Nigeria here. But when Ghana people are crying, I said they better come here and see what is going on here. May Allah make this situation to get better. But as it is now, sincerely speaking, every serious establishment now is head by most of these Dangote outfits. They are not Nigerians that are the heads. Most of the heads are Indians and other people from other countries. It's only the smaller areas they give to Nigerian to man. And even that area too, they have to keep eagle eye upon the Nigerian people so that they don't cut corners. May Allah Ta'ala forgive us our sins. So you now see the reason why we need to acquire some trait of our our iman and our integrity. We need our iman and our integrity. There's a Muslim brother who was who finished housemanship, and he went to get a job, and they insisted that they are not taking him in except he can get rid of his beards. He said they will not give him the job unless he can get rid of his beards because they don't want any bearded person to be employed in their hospital facility. So the Muslim brother told them that, no, well, as a medical doctor, it has nothing to do with his profession. So if you are not giving me the job, fine and good, he goes his way. And with his firm belief in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that Allah will come to his rescue. And you know, the end of the story was very sweet because this brother was given a job in a better establishment because of his patience. And several sisters too have stories like that to tell because of their outfit. Some people felt that they should not give them any opportunity or placement because of the way they dress, the way and manner that our sisters dress. Inshallah, with patience, with faith in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, definitely Allah is going to provide an outing for them. But that doesn't mean that sisters shouldn't be smart. Because there was one issue I handled in my area of a very brilliant Muslim sister that wanted to work in one of our electrical establishment, Siemens, electrical to do service. And when they have taken her, she's among those people that they offered placement. But the first day she was going to report, she went wearing a cap to the place. They simply just told her that, sorry, sister, we have enough corpers. They didn't tell her why they rejected her. They just told her we have enough corpers already. So please go back and let them redeploy. We don't need you. So she came and she was complaining that, and there are people that are not in, she read electrical electronics. And this is an electrical institution. They took people that are of other trades that are not even relevant in the same establishment, but they rejected our system. So luckily for us, we had someone who is an insider. Then we now said, why would you reject someone who is a very, very brilliant chap in electrical electronic institution? They said that, well, they want to show respect to her. She came veiled, and they don't have the capacity to tell her to remove her veil. So they just have to ask her to go in. So our sisters too should be smart. You know, there's zuruf, when there are circumstances, nobody can ask you to remove your niqab because it's an international issue now. And nobody can ask you not to wear hijab. But when you are going to a company that is an electrical company or a company that is very technical in nature, then you don't wear loose dresses, even if you're a sister. You don't have to wear. There are better hijabs suited for those circumstances. So you'll be selective. Select the hijab that are suited for those circumstances. If you're a medical doctor, if you go to FMC, I see many of our sisters are there as medical doctors, but they have to look for hijab that are suited for their roles as Muslim. Don't just take things for granted. When you take things for granted, we assume that really you didn't attend our training. If you attend our training, look at the circumstances, then look at what is most suited for that circumstance without disobeying Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, without necessarily disobeying Allah. Then we now said that workers should be aware of the responsibility of populating, building and developing the earth as well as benefiting from what has been created by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on the earth. We just have to tap on this opportunity because there is no religion. I can repeat myself again. I said there's no religion whereby people who are told, "Famshu fi manakibiha wa kulu min rizqi." Allah Ta'ala has given us the earth and has said that we should go on the land and tap the resources of the earth. So what reason have we to complain that we don't have this, we don't have that? And in one verse, Allah said that He has produced you from the earth
and settled you in it. Uh, this is the verse of the Holy Quran, which I quoted in my write-up. So they also have to be keen on lawful gains and keep away from unlawful gains. You know, because someone is in a hurry to get a job. I tell you the story of this one is real. It's real because something that happened. A Muslim brother read mechanical engineering. So when he finished his service, he was going all around looking for a job, and he couldn't get any job. So he made it a resume to go and hang out with the retired people. Let the retired people have their hangout areas where they used to sit down and chat. So he started hanging out with the retired folks. So one day, one of these elderly ones read in a newspaper advert that NNPC was looking for mechanical engineers. So they kept the paper for him. When he came around, they showed it to him. Our small engineer, look at an advert here asking for your trade. He said, who will give him job in NNPC? He said, people, you are joking. You don't know that NNPC is not a place you can just walk to and get a job. The elderly people said, no, they are insisting that you should make it an effort. Don't just sit here and conclude. Make an effort. So he said, okay, you are even asking me to make an effort. Where will I get transport money from here to travel to Port Harcourt for this interview? So the elders contributed money and gave him so that he will not have any excuse. They now say, okay, you should go. Go and try. So actually he went. So when they were doing the aptitude, the first aptitude, he arrived at the venue of the interview and he saw that who is who in Nigeria were bringing their own word. Generals in the army, inspector generals in the police, commissioners were bringing their people, senior politicians were bringing their children for the aptitude. So he went to one corner and sat there and he was looking at Allah's will. Because there was nothing he could do. Nobody called him. People were coming in and going and everywhere was busy. Who is who in Nigeria were coming to drop their own children. So he sat in one corner because he didn't come with anyone. He said, I want these old people. They will not leave me alone. He said, I must come. Okay, look at my life now. So he was sitting outside there when somebody came and said, who is Abdul Karim? Somebody. Initially, he was scared that I hope he has not committed any offense. So they now said, no, that who is this Abdul Karim? Somebody. Reluctantly, he said he is the one. He said, you should come. So he went inside. They said, did you come for this aptitude? He said, yes, he came for the aptitude. Are you a Muslim? He said, subhanallah, that he's a Muslim. Said, do you pray? He said, I pray now. Look at even my boy, the sign of prayer there. Are you sunnatic? So like that. In fact, what really happened to the brother was that his own uncle took him to Lagos and told him that there is a placement for him on the condition that he will convert to Christianity. The brother now told the uncle that, uncle, look at my age. How can it be said that at my level, you know, I'm an Afa now, I'm an Afa. How can somebody in my capacity now convert to Christianity? Because of, he said, well, that is the condition. If you are ready to convert, tomorrow morning you are going to resume. And subhanAllah, well, this is what is happening to many of our brothers and sisters out there. So the brother now said that, well, inshallah, I'll be going back home tomorrow. I don't need this job. Inshallah. So the uncle said, that's your problem. If you don't need the job, you can go back tomorrow. In fact, he said, even I'm going today. Let me even leave today. So he left and came back and continued to hang out with these old people until finally this opportunity came. In fact, the story is that he met with a Muslim brother there among the panel who said that in the whole of his own establishment, there's no single Muslim there. He's the only Muslim. And he has been looking for a Muslim. So when he saw a Muslim name, he was praying to Allah that may Allah let this Muslim show up, because there are many Muslims who didn't show up because they don't have anybody to front for them. So this brother who showed up, the brother told him that, how did you come? He explained, he gave him 10,000 naira and said, go back. The second aptitude also come. If you don't have money, borrow money and come. And at the end of the day, this brother become an employee of NNPC. So he told the old folks that inshallah his first remuneration he's going to build a masjid with it. So no matter how small the masjid is, his first salary, everything is for Allah. He's going to build a masjid with his first salary. So in my in-laws' place in Ida, the masjid we pray in was built by him. In fact, it was built by him because when he got his first package, he came and demolished the old mosque. His father and great-grandfathers were praying in and built a new standard mosque in that place. This story I'm telling you, because of what he had hope in Allah, he kept his faith, he kept his integrity. He will get job, inshallah. Your faith, you kept your integrity, definitely you'll get a job, inshallah. That is what you wanted. So we now said that we just have to be keen about lawful means, regardless of the circumstances. We should not go for haram just because we are in haste. We are in haste. We need to get job. I graduated now 2 years, 3 years. My colleagues have gotten job. There are some of your colleagues in the grave now. So why is it all about job? So if you say some of your colleagues are successful, there are some too that are not successful. So why are you comparing yourself with? Everybody has his own life to live. So just keep faith in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And again, the Holy Prophet has said that the Holy Spirit have inspired me that no soul will die until it completes its time in life and takes all its provision in a good manner. I like the word in a good manner. And let not yourselves be driven by the feeling that provision has been delayed to try to get through by disobedience to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because Allah's provision can never be obtained except by obeying Him. You can't obtain the provision of Allah except by obeying Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If Allah give you provision while you are disobeying Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the provision is not a provision, but it's a kind of Allah is just releasing the rope for you before finally He catch up with you. You can't be disobeying Allah and be enjoying Allah's provision. There's one statement I read that if this dunya was better than the Janal Bauda, the feather of a mosquito, Allah would deny non-believers from drinking water. The word is not that important. That's why Allah allow everybody, give provision to everybody and every kind. But true provision is only enjoyed by the people that obey Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So don't deceive yourself and say, if I just change my mind and stop following Allah, things will fall in line for me. I'm following Allah and things are not falling in line. That is Shaitan singing to you. And as for those in authority, in our paper too, we covered one aspect. We said government have responsibility towards all of us. Especially those of you that have finished school, we advise that those who are in authority to be aware that they are responsible before Allah for those who are not, for those who are under them. So they have to give due attention to those who suffer from unemployment and the needy or the vulnerable among the people. Government has to be responsible for them. The Prophet ﷺ said in one hadith that kullukum ra'in wa kullukum mas'ulun an ra'iyati. So all of you are shepherd, and Allah is going to question you about those under your care or your guardianship. So the commander of the believers, Umar bin al-Khattab, radiallahu anhu, may Allah be pleased with him, he was always aware of this responsibility and continually reminded his state officials about it. Umar radiallahu anhu said, if a stray camel died at the riverbank of Euphrates, I will fear being asked about it before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And there are a lot of excellent traits of Umar bin al-Khattab, may Allah be pleased with him. The time that he was the Amir al-Mu'minin, the head of state or the commander-in-chief of the Muslims, he goes around in the evening time to see how things are faring in his community. There was a time he was going around and he saw a woman with plenty of children, and the children were crying. And he decided to take excuse and ask the woman, what is happening that these children cannot sleep and they are crying? The woman told Umar that, don't mind that Umar. He claimed that he's the leader of the believers. Now look at my condition. These children cannot eat because there's no food for them. So I just put some stones. He said, but you are cooking something. He said, no, I'm not cooking anything. I just kept some stones and I was boiling stones so that it will calm them down. When they see that these stones are being boiled and it's making noise and the pot is being the noise will calm them down. They can sleep off so that me too I can go and take my rest. But there is no food for anyone in this house. Don't mind Umar. Umar is parading himself out there that is the commander of the believers or is the Amir al-Mu'minin. Who was this lady speaking to? She was actually speaking to Umar. So Umar said, don't mind Umar. He went home and he brought some food items and he helped the woman in cooking the food item and he served the children and they ate their food. And the woman now told Umar that it is people like you that are supposed to be the president, not that Umar who went and stayed somewhere enjoying himself with his family and leave people to be suffering. And he said that he is head of state. So Umar said, Inshallah, tomorrow in the morning, you come to me. Let us meet by the Amir's house. I'm going to raise your issue to the Amir so that something should be given to you to take care of your family. So she said, no problem. I'm so grateful. I appreciate it. The next day, she came to the courtyard of the Amir and she met that it was that same person that was helping her yesterday night that was sitting on the chair of the Amir. So she became shy. And Umar said, don't be shy. He ordered that something should be given to this woman for her upkeep from the Baitul Mal. This is leadership. So when you keep your faith to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and also the leaders are doing what they are supposed to do. Unfortunately, ours is not like that these days. Even the chairman of a local government now to access him is very, very difficult. Talk less of maybe the governor of a state. This program you are doing now, the governor is supposed to be here with you to make sure that everything goes well. But he is nowhere to be found now. Maybe Amir didn't talk to him. Amir, why didn't you tell the governor that you are here and you are his guest? So you have told the governor that you are here. Amir, you didn't tell the governor of Kogi State that you are here and you are his guest. Did you tell him? Because if you have to tell him and he's supposed to be here at your service. Or his representative is supposed to be here at your service. Because that is what leadership is about. He has to be here. Or his representative has to be here at your service. If you have any problem, you complain to him. But alhamdulillah, inshallah, we too will be representative of His Excellency. We'll try to listen to your complaints and try to sort them out for you. Consequently, those who are in authority should be keen on providing jobs for those who are able to work after service to spare them from depending or continually depending on their parents and their guidance. Now that they have crossed this hurdle, the government should provide something for them so that they can put their feet on ground. I'm happy that there is this program I heard of. Is it Empower they call it? There's this Empower program that has been generated by this present administration and many other programs like that. But well, there's still room to do more because many people have not been captured. And because of our wickedness, there are a lot of folks in this Empower. They will pay a fraction of the people in Empower and they will pocket the remaining money. They will pay fraction at random. That's the kind of corruption. They pay some fraction at random. This project or this program was supposed to be a very, very wonderful program that will take care of someone who has just finished service and has not been able to secure something yet. But some wicked individuals within the system are still frustrating the project. But government should still do more for everybody. There's a story of a man who came to the Prophet ﷺ asking him for money or food. But the Prophet ﷺ ordered him to walk and taught him to gather firewood. And this episode was recorded in Ibn Majah and Abu Dawud and Bayhaqi and Al-Haris in his Musnad and also Al-Tahawi. So scholars stated that the craftsman who needs the tools for his craft should be provided with the tools from Zakah funds. Like that sister who just finished learning fashion design. The Ministry of Zakah should be able to give her money to buy all the equipment she needs to set ourselves up. And there's another bad story here. The government was able to, through the World Bank, train some young graduates in various crafts, and they set them up by providing for them the basic equipments they needed. Then after 6 months, I participated in going around to go and do a kind of follow-up to check these young graduates, what they were doing in their own areas and in their fields. From statistics, we found out that about 80% have already sold what they were given. All what they gave to them, 80% have sold it. They sold the equipment they gave them. Those ones that are given shoemaking machine, they sold it. Those ones that are given refrigerators, they sold it. Even they hired a premise for them for 1 year. They sold the equipment and they lease out the premise because payment has already been made. So they now lease out the premise to other people for use, and they claim the money after selling the equipment that they were given. So when we are making a follow-up, it's only 20% that we found that they have not sold their equipment and they are still trying to make something out of the equipment that government have bought for them. So the World Bank now gave them additional support. They gave them those 20%, they gave them additional facility and additional support. Those ones that were given business premise before and equipment and they didn't sell it, they now rented a flat for them in the town for 1 year again and paid for it. And gave them an additional money to help them to be able to hire 2 or 3 people to help them in their business. This is the incentive that they were giving. But those who sold their own equipment, they were not prosecuted, but they have lost out. So that is why there's necessity that as government is making effort, individuals too should show some kind of sense of gratitude and honesty. So the Zakah fund is there to be able to help our young graduates also. You know, in many of our cities and towns, we don't have the Ministry of Zakah yet. But inshallah, some of you too will partake in trying to set up the Zakah institution of various segments of the Ummah. And this is very, very important. And also, if the rulers taught the youth the needed crafts and provided them with the equipment and the workplace, the conducive environment, the problem of unemployment will have been greatly solved, especially if we know that Islamic countries have huge resources to provide the whole world with the food and industry. If they achieve social solidarity among themselves, and if the owners of capitals invest their money in the reclaiming arable lands, excavating minerals, and making use of the huge workforce for these projects, then by now, you know, the unemployment will have been totally eradicated from Muslim communities. And Allah Ta'ala has blessed the Muslim Ummah with a lot of resources, which inshallah, if our leaders can exploit these resources and also try to reclaim arable lands and also invest in excavating minerals and exploitation of minerals of the earth, then a lot of our unemployment will disappear. And there is nothing stopping our Muslim brothers and sisters also from venturing into these areas too, as individuals or as NGOs, to exploit minerals. There are a lot of opportunities out there now for mineral exploration. Zakah funds too, said also, had Zakah funds and public wealth been levied by the honest people with no personal desires and distributed to deserving recipients, most or even all people would have needed nothing, as it was the case in the time of our righteous predecessors. The Prophet ﷺ sent Muaz bin Jabal, may Allah be pleased with him, to Yemen and ordered him to collect the zakah from the rich and distribute it among the poor. And before long, there was no one left in need of accepting charity. There was a period that they have to ask the brothers and sisters not to go out of the masjid after prayers. They said nobody should go out. They will put somebody at the entrance and the outlet of the masjid and say somebody should stay there. No brother and sister should go out. And they said anybody who is owing among brothers and sisters should raise up his hand. If you raise up your hand, they will write your name down and give you a chunk of zakat to go and pay your debt. When they did that, it's as if they have not touched the zakat wealth because there's still enough. They now say, okay, in marriage, and what is stopping him or her is fund should show his hands or show her hands. Then those brothers, some brothers show their hands and some sisters show their hands and they name down. And there's still enough money left. They now said that any brother who is still living with his parent in his house, he doesn't have his own personal house, should show his hands so that they can go and secure a house for him. They did that. There is still money left. So finally, they have to brainstorm now and start thinking, what else do they need to do now? This zakat money is still there. What will they do? So they now say that, okay, anybody who is sure that in his own house, there is no 5 years food. There's no 5 years food in his house. He should show his hands. So at the end of the day, still this zakat wealth was still there. Or let us say that you should try to set up your own zakat institution here. If you do it sincerely, that is what is going to happen, inshallah. If you do it sincerely, that's what is going to happen. I think our time is fast spent. There's this hadith of the Prophet ﷺ. He said, قال صلى الله عليه وسلم ليأتين على الناس زمان يطوف الرجل فيه بصدقة من الذهب ولا يجد أحد يأخذها منه. A time will come, the Prophet ﷺ said, on the life of this ummah, somebody will carry zakah of gold going around and there's nobody to collect from him because everybody is self-sufficient. Everybody has enough. Nobody is ready to collect from him. During the time of Sheikh Usman bin Fodio, they discovered a huge quantity of gold like that, and they gave it to the Baitul Mal. And they were complaining that what will they do with this huge quantity of gold that they got? Then they asked the scholars to go and brainstorm what they will do with the gold. They said they should start decorating the camels for war and horses for war with gold. Still, there was a lot of gold. Then they said they should even make the swords of gold. Somebody said, Subhanallah, are we going to use the gold sword to fight? They said, no, it's not for fighting, but just for decoration. You hang that one. The one for fighting is separate, but you hang a gold sword. When the enemy saw that the Muslims were coming to battlefield with two swords, one made of gold, they said, what kind of people are these? So, I mean, these are some of the exigencies about wealth, how wealth can become surplus if we follow the dictates of Allah in the community. So finally, we said that also there should be some form of loan scheme, soft loan. We should give, individuals should be ready to give soft loan to fresh graduates. If I have my way, inshallah, this is the one I wanted to do. Just look for people that have gone through training and we give them money so that they can be able to set themselves up and become users. Inshallah, I will stop here and listen to our noble brothers and sisters if there are one or two questions before we commence our second sitting, inshallah. Now, do we have a question? See. No. Jazakallah khairan.
My question is
No,
the issue of loan.
no.
Now, I don't think there's a readily available loan for Muslims, especially let's say Islamic banking that is available. Not to example now, I want to say, like a fresh graduate with a lot of business ideas on the street, you establish yourself, so that actually sort of funding. How can you go about it?
I got that, inshallah. Where is the second question? Well, alhamdulillah. What about the last question now? Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Mashallah, ya
Most of the people that we see passing out in this program are youths. And these days, in observation, most of the people that are training are online business and traders. I don't know whether if there are some online opportunities we recommend for our Muslim youth, because as well what we have to say about this cryptocurrency of the thing that is actually trending. How do you see it from some perspective and what you advise for the
I think that's all, Amir. That's all, the questions. Inshallah, I will crave the indulgence of our noble brothers and sisters that let us answer this question in our next class. I mean, we add it to the class we are just about to start now because it's about the questions borders on loan, securing loan, and also the online business. So I crave your indulgence to let us add it up to our next. So I mean, can we start? We can. Okay, inshallah. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulillah. Wa ba'd. Noble brothers and sisters in Islam, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Our second paper is on Islamic business or businesses. I intended this particular class to be in two segments. The first segment, I'm just going to present to our noble brothers and sisters some universal advice about setting up Islamic business. If you want to set up successful Islamic business, but one of my paper is to heed this advice. Either all the advice or most of this advice. You need to heed this advice if you want to set up a successful Islamic business. And after the protocol, we said, know that success is based on the following. Inshallah. Success is based on the following, inshallah. I want you to follow up because the second segment of this our discussion today is going to be interactive, a little bit interactive, so that I will want to hear from our brothers and sisters here too. I want to learn from you. I don't want you to learn from me alone. Some of the ideas I have now maybe, because knowledge is updating formerly we are saying knowledge updates every 50 years. No, but now, the era we are now, knowledge is updating every 18 hours. Tangible knowledge is being updated every 18 hours. It's no more issue of years now, or months, or days now. In fact, knowledge is updating continuously. And that is the more reason why I will want to hear from our fresh minds here about businesses and the ideas you have. Then I will moderate. I will give you my own idea, and maybe I'll also listen to some of your own ideas. That is how the second part of the class will go. But let us finish the first part, inshallah, quickly. We said the first part of this our discussion is general advice for all our Muslim brothers and sisters who wish to set up businesses. For you to be able to have a successful business outfit, number one, we need to seek Allah's help. We need to seek the help of Allah by supplicating Him, since He is the most generous. It is proof in the hadith recorded by At-Tirmidhi and Abu Dawud and others that the Prophet ﷺ said, your Lord is bashful to turn away his slave empty-handed. Before you set up a business premise or a business, it's better for you to start with dua first. You have to supplicate Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And how do you go about this? Just raise up your hands and seek help from Allah for your business. Ask Allah to help you for your business. A brother came to the masjid and said, yeah, Imam, I wanted to open my business premise. So please pray for me. So the entire Jama'ah, we prayed for him that may Allah bless his business premise and may Allah put a lot of barakah in his business. And Allah should send good people, people that will make his business to prosper. Allah should send them to him. People who run him down, run his business down. May Allah not send them toward him. So we did dua for him. Number 2 is to preserve, to persevere in truth and sincerity, and search for what is lawful. And just like a brother was saying when he was mentioning the issue of loan, there are lots of opportunity for loan, but it's very difficult to get a loan that is not having some dent of riba in it. They are accessible anyway, but it is very difficult. It's not like other kind of loan that is readily available for people who are trying to start off in life. But the riba-free loan is very difficult to come by. So just like a brother was drawing our attention to. So we said that the Prophet ﷺ said in a hadith that the seller and the buyer have the right to keep or return goods as long as they have not parted or till they part. And if both parties spoke the truth and described the defects and qualities of the goods, then they will be blessed in their transaction. And if they told lies or hide something, then the blessing of their transaction will be lost. And this hadith is recorded in Al-Bukhari. So most of the businesses will do. There's somebody, a Muslim, who set up a book business. He was selling books. Then some of these books are damaged. And he kept a young Muslim brother in his shop and said, when people come to buy books, give them the damaged ones first. Let's exhaust the damaged ones before we start selling the ones that are clean. Some people who are selling food products are also doing that. In fact, I have the habit of going to this ostrich to buy bread from ostrich. I now discovered after some time from experience, I saw that they stack the breads in layers on the shelf. They stack the breads on the shelf in layers. So from experience, anytime I ask them to give me bread, they used to go to the lower shelf and give me bread. And when I take this bread, if we didn't finish the bread in time in the house, this bread will go bad in a very short time. And my experience from ostrich bread is supposed to stay for a very longer time on the shelf. It's not something that will just, after a day or two, become bad. But I noticed that the one from the lower shelf. So I started attempting, anytime I come, if the person wants to give me bread from the lower shelf, I say, no, go to the middle. So when I tested the middle, I realized now that if you go to the same shop like I go, don't ask for the middle, ask for the one on the top. They have no choice other than to give you because you own your money. You have a choice. I want bread from the top, not from the middle or from the lower shelf. But for a Muslim business, when you see that some of the goods are damaged, separate the damaged ones from the good ones. Separate them. And tell people that I have the ones that are damaged. For instance, the paperback has been torn or it is dirty. If you are selling books, then you tell the people that I have the one that the paperback has already been subjected to wear and tear and is now not in good condition. So if you are buying that one that the paperback is not in good condition, I have a discount for you. This is being honest. You are being prudent here. Then if you want to buy the one that the paperback are up to date, new, then the price is also different. But when you now tell the people to supply the bad ones first, let us exhaust the bad one. Then who will buy the bad one? and you are selling the bad one at the rate of the good one. And in that vein, there is gush. There is what we call you are cheating the people, and you are hurting the people. So we Muslim, our own premises should not be like that. Because I've gone to a Muslim premise that they applied this particular something. And it's not for a very big shop, it's a small corner shop. This Muslim sister was wearing hijab and she was selling orange. And I became enthused. I want to buy orange for my own sister so that her business will pick up. So I used to drive up to 2 kilometers to go to the sister and buy orange. I have a habit since I discovered that the sister was selling orange. Then, initially, the first time I came to buy orange from the sister, she was doing like other traders of orange were doing. She will suspend the orange in the middle of the bucket and pile, cleverly suspend the orange in the middle of it. If you press the top of the orange, everything will go back into the bucket and the bucket will be half filled. So I now said, no, sister, don't do that. She said, but that's what everybody is doing. I said, you can't do that because you are wearing a hijab. What you will do is that sell this orange, fill the bucket with the orange, and tell us the price that it will go for. I said, but people will not buy. I said, trust in Allah. Trust in Allah. Just put the orange naturally in the bucket. Other people will sell for 200, 250 to 300 naira, the suspended one. You now put the orange in the bucket. Don't suspend it. And don't put the bad ones under and put the good ones over. Just put them at random. Fill the bucket like that and sell at 500 naira. I said, man, nobody will buy. I said, don't worry. Even right now, I'm going to buy. And I will always come and buy. And I will tell other Muslim brothers who are interested in buying orange to come and buy from me. And that's the story. Inshallah, the next time I came back, I met her that she was selling like that. She said, Malam Wallahi Lazim, I've really gained in this my orange business. Because the kind of people I'm seeing coming to buy orange now is really baffling me. And now I have to increase the quantity of orange I bring here. When she was suspending the orange, the quantity she was selling was not much. But she's just one of them. But when she added a little integrity to her business, inshallah, the business thrives. She said she was buying one basket before, but she can now sell even up to 3 baskets before the orange get bad. And I told her anytime she's identifying any bad one, she should remove it and put it aside. If she identify any bad orange, she remove it and put it aside. She didn't join them together. So that anybody who buy orange from her will go home, and when he empties the orange or he put the orange in his refrigerator, you see that the entire orange is good. Nothing is bad in the orange. Even if there's an error, it should be a minimal one. Not that I bought orange and 20 pieces, and when I go to found out that 10 or 7 is bad from the orange. Will I come back to buy orange from you? No. So the business of the sister thrived because she was applying some measure of honesty. In trade, you have to be honest. Don't swear wallahi tallahi billahi la ilaha illa huwa and what you are saying was a lie. So just be honest. Inshallah, don't be scared that people will run away from you if you are honest. You can still maintain your integrity and people will still transact business with you, inshallah. Number 3, we need to seek the help of experts. Depending on the kind of business you want to set up, you needed an expert's advice. You are not jack of all trades. You can't know everything yourself. Most of the brothers and sisters that have business ideas, what we are thinking is that our business idea is the all in all. No, the business idea or the product represent, let me tell you today, it represents only 15% of the entire business. The product itself and the business idea or the product itself only account for 15% of the business, according to experts. There are other dynamics that makes up the remaining 85% of the business. I can give you an example. For instance, the law of the land, the regulations that govern that particular type of business you want to venture into is covering not 15% or 25% of the business. If you don't know the rules and regulations that is covering that particular type of business, somebody wants to sell cassettes, and he has not gone far in his business. They rusticated him and took him to police station that is doing piracy. So when the person was shouting that, "Wallahi, brother, I'm honest, I didn't do anything deliberately," I said, "It's not deliberate, but ignorantly you have crossed the red line because you're not supposed to be selling stuffs that are pirated. People have rights. They have already patented their product. They have placed this product under rights, and you now took the same product that are under rights and regulation, and you are selling them in an open market without the express permission of the owner of this property. So then you are already breaking a very, very fundamental law of business, and you'll be charged for piracy. You can even end up in going to jail, and ignorance will not be an excuse. So when you have a business idea, you need to really talk to experts about the type of business you want to venture into. What are the local regulations about the business? So when you are told that you need to apply this local regulation, and even the what we call the sales sales about business adverts. My son was just telling me today that it's as if advertisement is almost taking 50% of all business. I said, no, that's how it is. The ad for the business is very, very strategic for the business. In fact, if the product is 15%, the ad will be occupying another 18 to 20% of the business. So when business is going down, some people say that I don't want to spend money on advertisement again. If you are looking for what to cut down, it's not your advertisement. When business is doing the downturn, in fact, it's the advert area that you need to add more energy. You don't need to cut down your budget in advertisement. You need to increase your budget in advertisement because the business is making a downturn. So there are other elements like that that make up business. If we have time, we'll still visit some of them. So is the idea or the product is only occupying 15% of the entire business scope. So there are other dynamics that you need to add, like the cash flow. Cash flow is more than 20% too. The money that you need to keep your business going, that one is more than 20%. And this money has to be there 247, otherwise the business will fail. So if the essential money that you need to make your business, keep your business going is not there, it is definitely going to fail. So these elements are not occupying small space in your business arrangement. They occupy very, very large space. But what we only know is that we have a very good idea. Okay, you have a good idea, you are going into business. If you don't know all other dynamics, the business cannot stay up to 5 years before it go underground. And that is why most businesses doesn't stay too long. They said 80% of business to 90% of business cannot stay the 5-year test. And 80% of the ones that stay the 5-year test cannot stay the 10-year test. They will go under because you are not aware of these dynamics. So you need to really consult people who know. The Quran said that what you don't know, you ask. So you try to ask. Then we said, still in number 3, we said you need to ask people who are experts in your field so that you get some very good information. It is proved in the Sunnah that Salama, may Allah be pleased with her, said the Prophet ﷺ used to say after performing the Fajr prayer, "Oh Allah, I ask you for useful knowledge, ilmun nafi'ah," isn't it? I ask you for ilmun nafi'ah, an abundant livelihood, and acceptable wa amalan mutakabbala, the type of action that is acceptable wa rizqan wa athia, and also a lot of abundant livelihood. And I used to add to my own this dua by saying wa shifa min kulli da. May Allah Ta'ala cure me from all sickness. I just don't just ask for beneficent knowledge. And that is the importance of what we are talking about is the beneficent, useful knowledge for what you want to do. You have to ask for what you're about to do. So when you do this due diligence, you bring down the blessings of Allah as it is proved in the Sunnah or as recorded in Musnad from Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, that the Prophet may Allah exalt his mention, or Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, oh Allah bless the morning of my ummah. And the Prophet used to pray also that Allah should bless the early hours of his ummah. So when you enter the marketplace, you are advised to supplicate. When you go into the market, you do dua. And there are recorded dua. It's there in our books. You can read the dua so that we can proceed, inshallah. So you make dua when you go into the market. Uh, and you see there's excellent advantage of making dua when you go to the marketplace. And it's not only where you go to the solo market, or you go to the those big markets that you make dua. Even when you are entering the supermarket, you can still do this dua. Allah will give you the reward. What type of market? In fact, when I want to enter my marketplace on the net, I used to do dua too. Because just be smart. Every market you enter, you need to make dua because of the kind of benefits that is attached to this dua. When lots of your sin will be wiped out, lot of your, I mean, there are a lot of advantages in making the dua. And in another hadith, whoever desires to be pleased with abundance in his provision, or that his age be lengthened, should keep good ties with his blood relatives. This one is another important issue, that we should maintain good relationship with our relatives if we want to progress in life. So we added this one also to some of the due diligence we need to do when we are establishing new businesses. And you see that this is talking about treating people well and being nice to people. There's one video clip that I just watched yesterday. Somebody went to buy something from someone, and he was, as he tried to check the kind of character of the person. So he just returned the goods after buying and said, "I'm no more buying." And the woman didn't say anything. She was not happy, but she was quiet and calm. She collected it back and dropped it. So the person now came back and said, "Madam, you are under the camera. I'm just trying to test how you behave in the marketplace. In fact, we wanted to see people who perform well, and we are pleased with them. We are giving them 20,000 naira as support for their petty trading." The woman started rolling on the ground with joy, that somebody gave her 20,000 because of the disposition she exhibited. Somebody came and buy your goods and said, "I don't need it anymore." The Prophet said, if you have not parted, you can return goods. So this principle. Somebody says, "No more buying." Don't insult him. I said, "See, you idiot, you are just wasting my time. You will not buy this product. Why did you come here and waste all my time, stupid guy?" Don't say so. So supposing that woman told him, "The stupid man, you buy the product and you came back and say you don't want it again," will they give her 20,000 naira for nothing? So you just have to be calm. Nobody knows. You too can run into that kind of circumstance. So off we go to our part 2 of the program. I said I don't want to monopolize this city. So in the part 2, I listed 1 or 2 things. Put number 1, the agro business is number 1. It's not written there, so you write number 1. This is our discussion session. And number 2, I said the internet marketing, or maybe the internet business. That's number 2. So you can add your own. Maybe as time goes on, you may just indicate that you want to add something to our list. The first one I added, I said samples of business ventures that we can put our hands on. We can lay our hands on. I wrote agro business here. Let me open the discussion session. There was a time I attended a seminar, and I want our Muslim brothers to write this word down, seminar. Because most of the things I want you to be doing now that you are out of school, I know that you can never be out of school. You still have the potential to go back to school again. But anytime that you are out of school and you don't want to go to school yet, try to attend seminar. And there are tons of seminars out there that is being held by experts. There are some seminars that are done online. Then you try to attend a seminar that will really add up. For instance, I attended an agro business seminar in Lagos one time. And the name of the seminar is what really made me pick interest in the seminar. The seminar is about the caption. They said the caption was poultry is better than poultry is better than raising cows. That is the caption. That's what caught my attention. I said, how can poultry be better than raising cows? I better go and see what is out there. So we went to the seminar in Lagos. We paid 25,000 naira as course fee. They gave us these plenty papers, and also the resource persons too are very smart guys like you. They came and delivered very wonderful lecture. And at the end of the day, sincerely, we were convinced that to poultry could be better than raising cows. Look at it this way. Summary of this class. This is one of our samples. The summary. A resource person came and said, how many years does it take a cow to become fully grown? If you have a cow now, it takes up to 5 years for the cow to become fully matured. It takes up to 5 years. Then he said, if a cow now, he said, you want to rear a cow, you just buy one small calf. Then years before the cow become fully grown and matured and ready, maybe at producing calves for you. So, but if you buy some poultry product, for instance, you bought some hen or chicken, female ones, you bought some female hen, and you had 10 of them, for instance. You gave an example. You have 10 of them. But the kind of poultry we're asking you to buy is not the cockerel or the agric stuff, not the agric stuff. For that seminar, is training us to raise local one. Local, because he brought a chart and a data. You bought a cow, and I went to buy. How much you buy the cow? He said at that period, when we went for the training, a small cow will cost around that 25 to 40,000 at that time. I don't know how much it costs now. A very healthy, good breed will cost around 20 to 25,000, 30 to 40,000. Then we now said, okay, how much are they selling? Maybe new chicks that are just some few days or a week or so old. At that period, it was selling for around within 25 naira to 30 naira. Not now, I'm talking about that period, 25 naira, 30 naira to buy one. You now say, okay, what you'll do is that you buy 10 locally hatched chicks, 10 of them, and try to, with time, after a week or two, you'll be able to separate the female from the male. What you only needed for this experiment is just 10 female, the 10 that are female, local ones. But you now go and buy good food. If you can't afford good, I mean, the food that is, the feed, livestock feed, the one that is meant for maybe grower mash or so like that, you just buy original one. Then you go to buy local feed and you mix it up if you don't have money. If you have money, use only the original feed for these chicks. Then in few months, they are already fully grown and they are adults that can start producing. If they start laying eggs in few months time, they start laying eggs. So in the experiment, we are expecting that under good condition and environment and all things taken care of, they are supposed to lay up to 10 eggs. In fact, the average, we are talking about 15. So, but let's say 10. Then you have 10, and each of the 10 laid 10 eggs. How many eggs do you have now? You have 100. Then if you decide that these eggs should be hatched artificially, you already have 100 chicks. Within few months, you have 100 chicks. And when you are collecting these eggs, first of all, you need to introduce a cock among all these local experiments. We're not talking about the agric breed. We're talking about our local chicken at home, our local fowl and chicken at home, the local one. So you give them good feed and you introduce a male among the 10, one good male or two good male among the 10. So they will produce the egg and the eggs will be fertile. The eggs will be able to incubate to new chicks. So you have 100. If you raise the hundreds within few months, you are going to the market to go and sell 100 chicken in some few months, maybe 6 months. You are going to sell 100 chicken. So when we do the final statistics, this man is still battling with his own cow. He wants the cow to grow up and become full adult cow to start producing. This man has gone to the market within the range of that 1 year. He has gone to the market up to 9 times to the market to go and sell 100 chicks in the market. So when we do the statistics, we now found out that actually at the end of the course, somebody raising fowl can be more profitable than even raising a cow. I don't know whether you got what I'm saying. This is just a small sample. I may not give you the detail, give you a sketch of what I'm trying to say here. This is an agro-based business, and this is a prototype. So now I want to hear if somebody has something to share on this agro-business. If you don't have, I will continue. I'll give you another sample again. Who wants to share an idea about agro-business? Maybe some of you are proficient poultry farmers. And there is the Noila, the Quaila, and there is the other. I know they are doing a lot of experiments now. They are doing a lot of experiments now. Not the agric type that is very fragile. You can get some now that are really resistant to disease and resistant to harsh conditions that you can train. So who has any idea about this stuff? Okay, sister, please go ahead. I think I will give her this so that we can. Wa salam wa rahmatullah. I think we are ready to write something down about whatever the sister is going to share with us. Now, one to for jazakumullah. Now,
what I want to share is about the feed.
Feed.
Yes.
Now.
I said, let's say the case now, chicken feed is very expensive. And I have a thought that we're having chicken just. So one of the feed you do buy is from this people that remove the shaft of rice. The first shaft is not for chicken, it's for cows, right? But they do polish this rice. The second powder coming out from the polish is what he used in feeding his own chicken, and it's very cheap. The last time he bought a bag, it was around 2,500. So if you, I know that in some places it will be more expensive compared to because it goes around voucher side.
Yeah.
So if you don't even have money to buy the original chicken feed, you can buy small and visit with that kind of feed. It's very good. Now, sorry.
Jazakallah khairan. That's why I said that we are going to learn from one another today. Sister, what's your name? Fatima. Sister Fatima has given us a very nice information about those. You know, we said that you can, if you don't have the resources, you can always buy the original feed and mix it up. And she has even suggested something now that is the second stage of rice milling, the second shaft, not the first one. This first fibers, but the second one can be, you can acquire the second one. And there are a lot of good rice mills now everywhere. So you can make arrangement with the miller who is going to readily, and in fact, if you go to the rice mill shop, they are already bagging these things down for people like you who will come to buy, and the prices are there. And it's cheaper if you mix these things up. Who wants to say something again? No. What?
Okay, come on. No, someone wants to say something.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
What was talk in 2 ways. Number one is an experience, something happening about 2 years ago.
No.
A particular brother who came from Putmia served in the United States. When he was serving, he was given the opportunity to go into poetry. The dad was already actually a retired CBN personnel. He has already reserved like 3 million naira to get his child into after service.
No.
When the boy finished, he went back home. The dad told the boy that reserved 3 million naira, he wants to get a particular job in Abuja. The boy could not agree with that. He met the mom and convinced her that she wanted that he just 2 million out of that 3 million. Not for free, he should borrow him. He's going to pay him back. He don't need that job in Abuja. He told the mom. So the mom met the dad. She tried to convince him. The dad was trying to tell her that she is having a limited focus and way of thinking. But they pressed together. Without saying that to them, he gave the boy the money. After 6 months, the boy turned back the full money back to that and said, "Thank you, Dad. I want to start my new life." Then I said, what are you doing? The boy was into large-scale poultry farming in Kaduna State. At a point in time, the guy had to bring his own money since my own share in the business. So it's working well. You understand that if you go to Abuja, you go through this pie, through Kuje, most of those senators and big men, what I kind of farm they're having is poultry farms. See them there, the premium, the nice, along Kuje, and not were there. You see a senator having a farm. Is still using the farm to be grow is a farm that they produce egg companies. They are saying today that the supply of egg in the country is not in any way meeting half of the demand in the country. The price of egg is always at the high side every day. So things are really consuming of this space. That's number one. Number two, I have a friend in United States. Not only the feed that we produce locally, we even produce the medicine that they give the feed. It's spices they use, the ginger, the other things they mix together. And people rush those two ways between local and artificial ways. They prefer those ones that produce in a fully artificial way. You have cheese, you use local food as natural food, and use natural medicine to raise them. You prefer them over going for ordinary, locally artificial as a raised chicken because it's more healthier than going for the one that's fully rely on chemicals here and there. Thank you very much.
Brother, what's your name?
I'm going to
What's his name?
Munir Muhammad.
Okay. Brother Munir Muhammad, Jazakallah khairan. In fact, Brother Munir Muhammad has made a very, very useful contribution, just like the first sister who spoke. You know, the poultry farm, what I will add to what Brother Munir said is that you can start small. What is what doing is what doing little, not doing well, is what doing small. What is what doing well is what doing small. You start little. You may not have the privilege and the opportunity to start big. You can always start small, and you will grow over time. So this our brother has really, and there's one important thing our brother Munir also mentioned: the issue of spices as medication. The use of spices as medication is very, very. This area is one of the areas that which we are making research in this area is very, very vital. Because most of the poultry that is being sold today in the market, some of them were artificially grown. If you watch what the Chinese people are doing to poultry, you don't like to buy any foreign stuff. And the same thing also in other aspects of agric, because most of the chemicals we use today, they used to find their ways again back into our system by entering into the crops and also into our food chain. Some of these things get back into our food chain, and they are very damaging. In fact, most of the diseases, the cancerous tumors that are prevalent today, they come from these agrochemicals that are being used. And in America and developed countries, they are looking for people that are doing, that are farming based on, what do they call it? They call it the organic farm. People are looking for products that, but in our own country, things are mixed up. That is why we said you need to have integrity. If you put a signboard today somewhere and say that organic farm, Munir's organic farm, wallahi lazim, the people that will come patronize your farm are not even Nigerians, because people are looking for these products. They can't get them in the market. Most of the products you see in the market, nobody really know how they are produced. Did you use chemicals in your farm? It's not written. Have you gone to the rice before and said, Madam, this rice, was it produced by using chemicals? Do you ask such questions? And the same thing with the fish you buy, the poultry you buy. In fact, there are things that they use in these funny things that these farmers do that makes these things to grow extra large sizes over a very short period of time. And they have adverse effect on our health. Like I keep a fish farm, but I don't use all these all the additives for the fish, because my family eat too from the fish farm. So if I use those things, I'll be undoing myself. But many people do it. They give some things, funny things to the fish to feed on, and the fish that is supposed to take at least lifespan of 4 months to 5 months to grow. In 2 months, the fish are already extra large. They are already table size in 2 months because they are giving them some kind of chemicals to feed on. So this practices too is some of the things that we want our brothers and sisters when we are setting up business. We need to add this corner to our business so that we give another dimension to our business. We say that our own product is free from all these chemicals. Our product is free from all these, harmful substance. We are using our products with only, like what Brother Munir said, we are only using spices as the medications for our poultry. So you can buy from us and feel happy that what you are buying, you are not buying poison for yourself. So in future, this will become very pronounced. Now, Walaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Brother, introduce yourself properly because I learned you have a bias. A bias in the sense that you study vet.
My name is Isaac Abdullah.
Now,
I'm a veterinarian.
Allah Akbar, alhamdulillah. Brother Abdullah,
Okay. I work with Golden Finger Farms and Ranges in Abuja.
Now,
in poultry farming, nothing is waste, actually, because with the analysis we made, even the organic manure that is derived from the poultry, if you use it in your crops, they yield very well more than inorganic manure. And more also, using the manure, we can also establish a biogas in cooking your food, and it's not harmful. Not compared to the other one, that one is dangerous. You can use the biogas by, if you have an expert, they can make it it's very good and healthy. And it's not like that one, it's not very light. Even though that one is on, it will light the lighter, it will not catch fire unless we bring it closer. But this one that we are using now, as far as we left it on, it occupies a space in the room. The more you open the room, mistakenly you light the later.
the combustion.
Because
Exactly.
that's why. So this one is also an advantage. And if you are into a poultry farming, before you start, I will advise you have some disinfectants. You use because poultry farming, most especially the broilers, are very light, very very light. A little thing cause very huge damage into your farm. Because that's why you see that a family, they say that today they have a mortality of up to 100, 200. It's true. Because I have witnessed it. Because the first day I seen that, I shed tears. Because we have layers up to the first pen we are having 37,400 beds in. And in a day we just wake up, we have mortality of over 1,800. And the little mistake is that just they forget to only supply water. So that water that they do not have access to it leads to all these damage. This is not a disease, just lots of water in a short period of time causes that. So if you want to be in that business, you need to be extra serious, be conscious, and all the time you will be in service and you will earn a lot of money. Because in that place, in one pen, actually the last time the analysis we made, we generate that one as just a profit. In each day, we generate almost 2.8 million naira. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Brother Abdullah, Jazakallah khairan. That's a very wonderful contribution too. And now, it is very important that, as you can see now, those who are venturing into poultry business should try to link up with him. He can be of a lot of help because he'll give you, what do they call? He'll give you some kind of coaching assistance. And coaching is very important in business. He will coach you maybe free, relatively free. I know Brother Abdullah will try to assist you. Since you are a beginner and you are a colleague, he can render a lot of information. I think me too, I will want to link up with him and start getting some information for him. And inshallah, in future, you'll be a very great consultant for people who already have a floating farm. He can give you some expertise support in your farm. But Abdullah, may Allah reward you for that contribution, inshallah.
Jazakum Academy. Now, now, my name is Alimi Abi.
Brother Alimi?
Alimi Abi.
Okay.
A geophysicist and aspiring to be a data scientist.
No, sure.
When we were in school, during that we actually had a course, which is an entrepreneur course.
No.
And what I selected then was how to make fish feed. How we are taught practically how we can actually make it and put in the machines and actually create it yourself. So since then, actually, I've actually made it part of my plan. Inshallah, I will venture into
fish farming.
Inshallah. But currently, recently, actually, I'm thinking of poultry as well. But my idea is I don't want to venture into fish farming in a, let me say, a small scale during actually, because I think I don't really have the time. I actually want to go into something else. If I have the capital to do that, in that scale, I'll go back to it. But before that, I actually want to be actually taking training personally to increase my knowledge. Then, so when I have enough knowledge, when I have enough capital to fund it, then I'll go into it.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Thank you, Brother Alimi. I know there's one word you mentioned here which is very strategic, the training issue. It's very important. Training and retraining it's a process. So you never, that is not going to be useful. Whatever useful knowledge you have, like the issue of the fish farming, you should, in the course of your training, think about hatchery also, the fish hatchery. In fact, we did locally, and me and my children were able to do it. That is interesting. But the only problem that is hindering, I think hatching fish is one of the best aspects of fish farming that I know. It's much interesting. But if you don't have a flow through, you can lose 3,000 fish in seconds. If you don't have a flow through, that's what I discovered. In fact, that's why we left it for now. But there was a period that on my windows, in my room, on my windows, I always have small 2-day-old, 3-day-old, 5-day-old on my windows. I used to keep them. I enjoy keeping them until they get to maturity. I always have them on my windows. The ones I hatch myself, the few ones that survived, because you lose 80 to 85%. I used to have them. I keep them, and so it's a place you need to learn something about the hatching of fish. If you start hatching, you not like to. You only prefer to be the one hatching and distributing fingerlings and juvenile. Now, the sister was talking. Wa alaikum salam. Why are you not talking about? I'm not hearing anything about only poultry, fish farming. And what about planting stuff? Now, snaring. No. No.
It's one of the farming activities that is very common in Lagos State also. And as of when I was about to leave, I remember that we have a mini one, which I don't know the condition of that one now. But what we should feeding them is just local thing that is around us. Because my place is very close to it. It is a new site. So what we use the feeding them is pop-up. And these water leaf. And they are really growing well. And if we take them to market, the mini size is around something 500 naira. And if you are getting a bigger size, you get a bigger size for 2,000 naira. So it's also one of farming that we can engage ourselves with.
Sister, what's your name?
Nafisa.
Nafisa. Sister Nafisa, thank you so much for. I know the snail. I've seen a little miniature farm of snail before. So, I mean, the space too. The space too. In a very small space too, you can raise snails in a small space at the back of your house. Just a small space. The only thing you just need to fence them off so that they don't They don't go away. They can easily crawl out of the, so you have to protect them. And if you see the mini house that they built for them, it's not so difficult, not very difficult to construct a small one, at least for domestic use, the one you use within your house, your household, the one you eat yourself. If you are not at a commercial scale, but you can start with something small, the one you eat yourself, get some snail. And this thing keep multiplying so rapidly. You know, they multiply so rapidly, just as I was said. And they said, just like sister told us, you can use, they can feed on pawpaw and some other smaller things in the household leftovers. You can give to them and they can survive on it. Thank you so much. Who is contributing something again? I think after this last person, we will go into the second one. That this the second aspect. That is the internet business. Now,
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. My name is Abdul Muhammad Ibrahim from Lagos State. I'm a graduate of microbiology and equally an aquaculturist. I used to be farming and this fourth life lesson before I started in and it has been one of the best things I think I have seen in my environment. The reason being that, irrespective of the area you focus on, you inshallah will get it. But one aspect you have to be considerate about is your passion for the business, for the aspect you are choosing. Because that is what keeps you going. When you have passion for something, you can that. You tend to give it every effort. And no matter the challenges you're seeing, you keep pushing. Initially, I started with a single farm, but later I realized it should be beyond that. So I did a video. I went myself and I realized how it is done. Initially, when I started, I think the single thing that was sold to me at the rate of 25 naira, 30 naira. But when I went to Minnesota myself, I was able to get that rate of 14, 15 naira. So from there, I started bringing them down to bigger and resell to people that still want to lay their phones. So from there, I developed much customers, and I realized it is not only phone that I'm supposed to have. I can equally go there, bring it thousands, and then resell to people that are in need. Sometimes we bring 15,000, 12,000, and we sell to people. So imagine people were selling to their rate of 30 naira. When I bring my own, I sell at the rate of 25 naira. People tend to patronize me more compared to other people. And the aspect you have to consider more again is the breed that you are buying. Because during the hatching process, some people hatching it fails, but they will not tell you that it has failed. They are still living, they are still alive, and it has failed during the process of hatching, but they will not tell you it has failed. By the time you give them your phone, with a couple of weeks, it begins to die. You can see it is not their loss again, it is yours that bought it from them. So you have to communicate, you have to make them understand that you are into this and you know how it works. So that in case there is any casualty, you can return back to them. But to be realistic, because the Christians that are doing that business are much more sincere than the Muslims that are doing that business. Because of my heart, I don't even have to travel down to Louisa anymore. I will just tell him I need 10,000. You send it across. If you will send this morning, you will definitely send that money. But sometimes the Muslim brothers will collect money from you, knowing fully they don't have anything in their stock. And then you have to be calling them repeatedly and not to be sent. So you end up disappointing your customers. So you are left no option then to switch from your Muslim brothers to your to the counterparts. Because they keep to time, they keep to agreement, and they tend to sell good goods compared to your Muslim brothers. And anybody that wants to venture into the business, I will ask, especially if you want to have your own farm, you consider the environment where you want to have farm because it really matters in fish farming, the environment, because preparing if you are starting our try to go for earthen pond, not concrete pond or semi-earthen pond or trampoline. You go for earthen pond because fish tend to survive and grow faster when you use earthen pond compared to any other pond. Because sometimes even if you don't feed them, they feed on other organisms from the earth, not necessarily the food you give to them. But if I should talk about it, I think we spend the whole day
Yeah,
here
alhamdulillah.
talking about it. So the second aspect is buying products from the farm and resell to people that are living possibly in the city. Sometimes what you consider is the environment you visit different environments. You check, is there anything they are lacking that they have in another environment? Like when I was staying in Sokoto State and Kebbi State, I realized there are a lot of things they need and they don't have them available there. But in Niger State, those things are available. Like for instance, Kora, Principal. In KP and Sokoto and Kano, they don't have it much. But Niger State, in fact, they don't even sell them. As of last 6-7 years, they don't sell them. Once they are gone, they will leave it to the farm. The Fulani people bring their cows and feed on it free of charge. At some point when we are having disagreement with those Fulani herdsmen, we have to set this principle at place so that the Fulani don't use it. But when they realize we are coming to buy, sometimes we buy a sack 1,500, 1,000. When we started, it was even 500 naira. Some were selling 300 naira a sack. But when they realize we are making money from it, they now tend to sell it now at the rate of 2,500. So as time goes on, it will be 5,000 naira, 6,000, nobody is. After last year when we started before fasting, it was even 1,000, 1,500. But when after fasting, it was 3,000, 5,000, 6,000 naira. So these are the kind of business that people don't even know about. And it costs less for you to transport them from this state to another state because it's not something that is heavy. It's not heavy in weight. When you buy that piece board from Niger State that you want to transport or export it to, KG, it's just 700 naira. If not because of the inflation, it's just 600 naira, 700 naira, you transport it. And inshallah, at the end of the day, it became 71,000 per bag. So these are the kind of business that is not known and it is very, very good for us to venture into, even with little capital, inshallah. But by the time you are sincere, as you said earlier, even if your capital is not much, that you can send a truck down to the person that wants to buy. Once you reach an agreement with the person that you are sending so sacks, but you don't have up to that amount. If it's an outside man, especially from Kano, he may decide to send down the money, even if he has not seen you before, because they have that trust in business. They can decide to send down the money. Once you fulfill the first agreement, next subsequently they will be sending down the money, and from there you can build your capital and inshallah establish on your own. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Jazakallahu khairan. Brother Abdul, I think we can all appreciate the fact that we have learned a lot from our Muslim brothers and sisters here in terms of business. And we are saying virtually very close to the same. There's one statement that Brother Mumin added. He said passion. Business is about passion. You have to, the kind of business you will want to venture is something you like. Something you don't like, that lack of passion itself is a very, very big setback in all types of business. When you are doing something you don't like, you don't have the enthusiasm, and you don't have the courage to continue, and you easily give up. Alhamdulillah, we have had a lot of things about business that Islamic businesses that brothers and sisters can engage in. There's one area I wanted to compliment all our brothers have said here, and that is like one brother mentioned the issue of, I think Brother Ali mentioned sanit. Is it a sanit? No. I mean disinfection. That is very, very important. Like for someone who is going into poultry and even fish farming, very, very important to be to really take into consideration your hygiene about those things because they are very fragile. If you do some wrong things, it can really be expensive because it will cost you a lot of some of these things. And in my own case, we were using these tanks. We raise our fish in tarpaulin and tanks because we don't have rights to dig the area we live in. So we were using tarpaulin and tanks. And I'm very good in using tarpaulin. I can construct a very small. The ones they sell in the market are very expensive. but I can easily do my own with glue and buy tarpaulins and glue, and I'm ready to go. I already have a pond. So that's some of these things can be combined. You can combine a hard pond, tarpaulin, and like when you have you wanted to do hatchery, you needed really a tank. You needed seriously tanks, and water also is one of the bane for raising fish. You really needed water because there's no fish without water, and the water to purity of the water and etc. etc. Alhamdulillah, noble brothers and sisters, we have had a lot and we have learned a lot about starting an agro business. What I just wanted to add here, please, if you want to write, you can write. Everybody should regard whatever farming activity you are doing as a business, because many people doesn't know that farming is a business, and you needed record keeping. Please put this down also. You needed a record, because some of the people that were disappointed when they went to take facility for their agro businesses because they don't have records. Your certificates are very useful for you, and they are a kind of leverage for you in life. But after you leave school, after service, people will no more be asking for your certificate. They're asking for your statement of account. And part of your statement of account is good to know what you have, the inputs and the output. You're supposed to know your investment, the cost of your investment. Many of us doesn't know that even the man hour we use in doing our business can be costed. You have to cost the man hour you use in doing your business. The period of time you use in feeding your fish or feeding your poultry stuff, you need to really take account of that. So all this one, you need a very, very good farm record. At least let us know about it. Some of us that are already doing it or are venturing into farm agro business, we need a record. This record is very, very essential. When did you started your farm, the time you started, the duration, the maturity period, when you are ready to go to market, even the ones that you consume with your family has to be accounted for because it's still part of your business. What you have eaten out of your own product and the one you take to the market to sell, all these ones have to be accounted for. When you finish farming immediately, like us, you finish farming, you said, let me give 1 bag to my uncle there, 2 bags to my aunt. Nothing wrong with that, but just make sure that it's accounted for. So that you know how many bags went on charity, isn't it? Then you know how many bags you kept for your family and how many bags finally goes to the market. Then are you running this business at loss or at gain? All these ones has to be accounted for. So anybody going into business, we should put bookkeeping. We need to keep a very clear record about our activities. For instance, I know we didn't dwell much about farming rice, farming cassava, and cashew and others. As our brothers and sisters that are coming out of school now, there are a lot of interesting activities going on in the real business of farming cash crops. There are a lot of activities going on. Like for 2 years ago, was it 2 years ago? I set up a cooperative. Please write down this also. You needed a cooperative if you are going into farming. Because individuals, they don't take individuals serious like cooperative. The cooperative, they can support one another and shorten one another when you are in cooperative. So you can come up with a cooperative of 10 people, above 10 and above. Come up with a cooperative. You can give a name. If it's Cassava Processing Cooperative Society, and the registration for CAC to register a cooperative is not that expensive. From your NYC, what do they call it? Stipends. You can register, finish your service here, inshallah. It's not expensive. Even before you leave your state, your area of primary assistance, just go to CAC, register a cooperative society, maybe for rice processing, rice production, rice marketing. I mean, depends on your interest. And you know there's the cassava also. Cassava is a gold too now in this country. There are a lot of things that come out from cassava, like the pellets, the flour, and starch, and several other byproducts of cassava farming. Then another thing again is the variety of the crop, the seedling, qualitative seedling. For instance, if somebody wants to plant maize, you need to, please remind me, I'll give you a site, ABU site, there's ABU research site. I think it's on my phone. Alifa, you have my phone? Okay. There's an ABU research site. Inshallah, I'll give you, even if time doesn't permit, I'll still give it to Amir. Amir will find time to give it to you. This ABU research platform is very important. They are doing a lot of research into seedlings. If you want to plant any crop now at this age, and particularly you that is trying to venture into an Islamic business, you can't afford to plant a crop, reserve some seed and plant for next year. It won't work like that. It's not that it will not grow, but the production will be, it will be lower than what you had before. And there are a lot of improved seeds now. Like I know the ABU guys have done research on a maize. I don't have the names in my head, but there are a lot of maize that they have been able to research this year alone. When you plant your maize, you know you need the fertilizer. A brother here mentioned if we use the poultry droppings as a fertilizer, you needed a fertilizer. Each stock has to be, you need to add fertilizer to each stock. And in a hectare of land, I think there are about 59,000 stocks of maize in a hectare of land, 59,000. Okay, all these 59,000, you need to add fertilizer to each for your good yield. And in Kogi State, we have some land in Kogi State that if you add fertilizer to the crops, it will destroy the crops because the land is over fertile already. So, but in some places, you just need to add fertilizer. Now you have good seed, you have land from your father, from your uncle, from your family land. 2 years ago, I did an experiment for rice planting. I went to collect my grandfather's land. I had 27 hectares of land to plant rice. And we were able, my little cooperative, we were able to access 8.8 million naira grant from World Bank. They didn't give us in cash, but in kind. 8.8 million naira. The bad story is that this grandfather land we acquired 2 years ago, we lost everything in a flood. There was a flood 2 years ago, so we lost virtually 100%. The only thing that was a saving grace that we went to other places and do some little other farms. That is the one that kept us going. But the major investment, 100% we lost it. Because it was during the time of harvest that flood came, 6th of September, 2 years ago, and took everything. So some the farmers were saying, I think we collected land from them. That is why Allah Ta'ala took the toll on us. But at least we are more wiser now. We are more smarter, we are wiser. If we have such facility now, inshallah ta'ala, will be multi-millionaires. So that is, we can venture into those. What we needed is the good variety of seed, very, very good variety of, even if you are planting at the back of your house, plant a good seed. If you go to the Ministry of Agric in your town and villages, they will give you these seeds. They are there with them. In fact, when you buy, they give you additional. They give you some. Buy and you take some. So you can get good seeds from Ministry of Agric and you plant good seeds and do the best practice. There is this how to. I want to teach our brothers and sisters the how to. If you put how to in Google, how to for everything, there are several how to in Google and it's free. How to do this, how to do plant a tree, how to plant rice, how to do poultry farming, how to. There are 1,000,001 how to in Google that you can easily. And there's this Wikipedia. It's not the encyclopedia. It's the Wikipedia, small Wikipedia for farmers. You can write Wikipedia. It's for farmers just to ask agro-based questions. I think with what I've said so far, we have exhausted our discussion on agro-business. Then there's this question that one of our brothers asked about how to access funds. I will advise that our Muslim brothers and sisters that are going into business should look for funds from relatives in form of family support. First of all, you need to have a proposal. Brother, you need to write something down. Anybody who you show a proposal will know you are serious. Uncle, I have a plan. I wanted to go into so kind of business. And this is my proposal. This is going to be, if you don't know how to write proposal, there are people who write proposal for a little pay. In fact, I know a brother, Munir in Lagos. I've never met him before. I know a brother, Munir in Lagos, that have written proposal for brothers and sisters going to business, more than 50 proposals so far. Brother Munir, I just need to ask you, meet Brother Munir, said that taoheed introduced you. You should write a proposal for your business. If it's a pottery you want to raise for 500 pieces, every nitty-gritty information for that business is recorded. It will give you everything. Even how much you will make. Theoretically, it's going to be written in paper. How much you needed, how much you need to buy your feeds, and many other things. How many people you will hire, how much you pay them. All these are part of your proposal. At the end of the day, you know how much is going in and how much will come out. And if things go well and all the indices are in order, then you know that inshallah will come out clean. But you needed a proposal, a business plan. Everybody going into business needed a local business plan. If you don't want to pay money for it, I can show you where you can get free one. The one that has already been used, you only need to update it. So you get a free business proposal, but it's better not to go for free stuff because they don't really get too far. With a little budget of 1,000 naira, 2,000 to 5,000, Brother Munir can write a small business proposal for you that you can even present even to World Bank. It's as good as that. His business proposals are very, very efficient. So he writes a business proposal for you, then you can now start from that. With your business proposal, you are ready to go. Then the issue of fund. Sincerely speaking, I used to think that fund is the hardest part of business before. But did you know that fund is the easiest part of business with little sophistication and learning? And that is the easiest. Somebody is ready to give me money and I'm the one dodging it because I don't know what to do with the money. I want to be sure of what I want to do with the money before I access the money. If you don't do with the money, you don't really need the money. But most of us, it's money. We are talking about money. Then we discourage ourselves about business. Money is not everything. Money is important, but it's not everything about business. In fact, your idea itself is the money in business. Don't you? I once discussed with our brother. I said the first rule of money is ideas. Money is knowledge. So the knowledge itself is the money, not the hard currency. If you have money, I don't have knowledge, the money will leave you because money always stays with people with knowledge. It doesn't stay with people, ignorant people who will go and, they will waste all this money. So we needed a business proposal, and that is we are ready to go for agro business. And there are lots of them, tons of agro business that we can venture into. And as of yesterday, as of 2 days ago, the central bank spoke to us, our group, and they were begging to give us money. They were begging to give farmers money. Central bank is begging to give farmers money. And they are giving instruction to all the banks in the country to give farmers money, to access money under this platform of agri credit guarantee fund scheme, something like that. It's an ACGF, like that. So all the banks have been directed. The only problem we have is that apart from Sterling Bank and Jaiz Bank, most of other banks are just out there to steal people's money. So I think Jaiz, what they will do for you is very close to an interest-free loan. So our brothers and sisters who wants to do business, just walk to Jaiz Bank and tell them that you want to access the agri credit guarantee loan scheme. Exactly. So they will give you the process, they give you your forms to fill. Jaiz Bank is saying that the interest on their loan is about 9%. But don't worry about the interest because the central bank, if you are honest, the central bank will pay you back. What you pay for interest, it will be paid back to you. At the end of the day, it's an interest-free loan. It's as good as that. But only for Jaiz and Sterling. I don't know of other banks. First Bank is there to steal your money. They are talking about 28% interest. That was pure riba. And there's no mercy. So this is on the issue of funding. And I mean, do we have up to 5 minutes to talk about one thing again? We said that the internet businesses or internet business, sincerely speaking, Muslim brothers and sisters, since we left the agrarian age, the industrial age, we're in the information technology age, we should not shy away from having our own chunk and our bite on internet resources, which is in billions. In fact, it is the future. So what is important for our brothers and sisters is that initially you need to have a payment method. I'm rushing now to just What we mean by payment method is that they don't allow Nigerians to enroll to the PayPal platform. PayPal, write it down. PayPal. PayPal platform. They don't allow Nigerians. But as I'm talking to you today, a Nigerian man now can register with PayPal and use PayPal for payment. You don't need to do what they call this other true proxy. You can now register as a Nigerian. They allow Nigerians to register now. And you can verify your account. After registering for PayPal, you can verify your account. If you have a PayPal account, many platforms will accept payment through PayPal. Many platforms. The only problem you will have as a Nigerian is how to fund your PayPal. Myself, I used PayPal a lot. I've used PayPal in the past. Only that now I don't use it much again, but I've used it. If you want to use a PayPal account, how to fund the PayPal account is that you need to open a domiciliary account with any bank of your choice. You go to the bank and say, I want to open a yen account or a dollar account, or I want to open a pound sterling account. They call it domicile account. So when you have a domiciliary account in place, your dad can help you. And if your dad had a domicile account, you can use this account to start him up in life. You don't need your own. You can use this one to do all your transaction and your payment online before your leg is on the ground. You can now start using your own. So your son can use your own too. So when you have a domicile account in the bank, the only problem where I will not advise our brothers and sisters to start opening the domicile account is my own experience. Domicile account, they will always charge you tariffs for this what they used to call card service, that they will deduct 12 naira. Domicile account is not 12 naira, they will deduct. These guys will be taking $10, $9 from your money, $15, $18. So if you're not doing any serious business yet, don't go and open any domicile account, and it's per annum. They're stealing your money per annum. So you don't need it until when you have become a little bit sophisticated that you can do an online business. Then you need a domicile account. Whatever they are taking as their charges for service, card services, inshallah, your business will compensate for that, and you don't have any cause to complain. But it's the only way that you can really do international business. You need a domicile account. Many people, they get paid through Western money transfer and many other stuff like that. But it's good to have a domicile account when you want to do an online business. And I'm encouraging our brothers and sisters to make some little research into online business. I will give you some lists here. For 2022, if you try to become a micro-influencer, number one, micro-influencer. What we mean by micro-influencer briefly is that, for instance, your mom makes gari in the house, and you know too much about gari. You started writing about gari on a particular social media outlet, maybe on Instagram or on Facebook, or you're just doing some TikTok on gari making. Some people will go and search for knowledge about gari and they will stumble. I'll just give you an example. But what a micro-influencer is that you open an account on Facebook, on Instagram, not the one that you and our sisters have, whereby if you wear a new dress, you say you will update your status and say, I'm wearing a new dress. Alhamdulillah, you show your certificate, I finished NYS. Not that type of account. I'm talking of a serious account. You want to do business. You want to start influencing. You are talking about a topic that within a year, 12 calendar months, you will have gotten about 5,000 people, maybe even 1,000 people that are passionate about the topic your niche, the topic you are discussing. So these people will become your follower, and you have invested in them. They too have invested in you because you are talking about one recurring issue. Somebody was talking about, in his own niche, he was talking about hook, the one they use in catching fish locally. Hooks, he's talking about assorted hooks. So he keep writing information about hooks, and he got up to 5,000 followers. He's now selling products to those followers. And every day he makes a lot of money selling products. You can advertise, Google too can advertise on your platform, they pay you, and you too can do advert, they will be paid. So this is the first one I wanted to suggest to us, a micro-influencer. Small niche, small person on the social media, a small person. But you are going to the social media with the intention of starting up a business. So you are going to be discussing one issue. Use only one outlet for one issue. So when people become interested, they'll be joining your group, and gradually you build a small group, and that group will be very, very relevant for you. You can use it for many other business later. Number two is starting a blog. Many of us are already aware of a blogger. There's somebody who is only his own area also. I'm not talking about that type of blog. I'm talking of a really sensitive issue. You are discussing something that is useful. Then you start writing materials about it, and there are too many to write. And what is more, you can even ask people to help you write, and you pay them. If you make some money, you can start. You don't need to write yourself. There's a freelancer on the internet. There's another issue. That's the freelancer. People who said, I can write, I have the talent to write. Who will hire me to write for him? On what topic? So you hire them, they write for you, pay them $1, $2, $3, $5 to $25. They write, they populate your blog for you with articles, very, very varied and genuine articles, and you pay them off. And you make a lot of money from this, your articles that they write for you. You can become a blogger, you blog about anything. And you know the WordPress is free. If you WordPress is an application on the internet that you can use in writing your designing your website and designing your stuff. And also, you know, there are other, apart from WordPress, there's this there are not other alternatives. Then there's the affiliate marketing. This affiliate marketing is about selling somebody's own product, halal product anyway, for brothers and sisters. Don't go and sell haram product. Help somebody to talk about their product, and anybody through your own information who go down the line and buy the product will be given a commission. That is affiliate marketing. I was asking my son to help us get one international marketer was saying that Nigerians have business with affiliate marketing. I asked my son to copy 4 names. I have those 4 names here. Inshallah, I'll give it to Amir. A Nigerian person can do international affiliate marketing by going through this medium, and they are all halal stuffs. You understand? I'll give you the names at the end of the discussion. Then there is like Amazon, which is the largest retail market on the internet today. They have millions of products. The Amazon FBA, their affiliate is very wonderful. They pay up to 8% to 10% to their affiliates. So their associate program, you can enroll in Amazon Affiliate Associate Program. You can learn about it. Just Google and start learning something about it. Then you can become a virtual assistant. Number 4 now, a virtual assistant. There are many people today, they are so busy. They needed some brothers and sisters who will do some work for them as their PA, but a PA, online PA. Sometimes they will give you their email box and the password to their email box. You just go into the box, help them sort out which mail is very important, then you draw their attention to a very important mail, and many other small things, filling forms for them, writing, and etc. etc. You can become a virtual assistant on the net and use Skype and Zoom to communicate with your clients. Then there is the freelance writing. I've already mentioned that. There's this Upwork.com, Upwork as in Work, WORK.com. In Upwork.com, you can study that platform. You see your colleagues who are freelancers there asking for work, job. If you have a freelancer job, you are doing 1 hour in a day, 2 hours, instead of playing with your phone and checking the latest update in Facebook, I think you can waste that 1 hour doing some useful thing for yourself. The money you raise, you can start raising your capital for your business through that, because it's very rigorous. After you have raised sizable amount of capital, you can give up and start doing your business. Fiverr.com too is doing that for Fiverr.com and Upwork.com. Then you can also write an ebook. There are platforms that will give you, they will sell ebook to you at a small price. Then you now put your own name, you customize it, put your name and start selling it also. So they will sell for you small on a particular topic. Then you will take it. After paying for it, they will give every right of the book to you. Then you start selling the book. If you don't know how to write, you can sell for other people who can write. Then there is the podcast, making podcast video, and you can monetize it. You can put ads. YouTube can put ad on it for you, and you can. Then number 8, we have print on demand. I so much cherish this print on demand, but it's very rigorous, whereby you print some, you make cups, write cups and customize cups, vest and other stuff for people. When you make this advert online, somebody wants to supply them with vests. Like this, our NYSC Mcan vest, So if you are in printing on demand and you can make this Mcan vest, you can really, Mcan in Sokoto or Kaduna will ask you to supply them with 1,000 pieces of various sizes like that. Then the YouTube, yesterday, Brother Habib showed me our public lecture on YouTube. I was very happy. Despite the views were very few. What's wrong with our brothers and sisters? They don't go on YouTube. They don't view anything there. They don't have data to go on YouTube. Clip was very fine and nobody has gone to watch it. On the listing. And the trouble that they took in stuff on YouTube was very rigorous, but only very few. So the Mcan TV, if we are not viewing the Mcan TV, what are we viewing? Which TV are we viewing? If we are not viewing the Mcan TV, what TV are we viewing? So we should go and watch the Mcan TV, make it a point in time. Once in a while, when we have data, we go to Mcan TV and view the stuff there. So that when Mcan make an advert on Mcan TV, they can easily get money for it. And lastly, this online learning. That's the last one. The online learning. Okay, now. So, and several other opportunities that our brothers and sisters can venture into online. Don't be, intimidated with this Yahoo stuff that they are saying. Everywhere you hear, you two are carrying a computer, you want to become a Yahoo boy or something like that. What the Yahoo boys are doing are illegal things on the net. And there are criminals everywhere. Even among police force, soldier, every other trader has their own criminal. So don't let these criminal guys and character discourage you from, because the real hard currency of our time is on the businesses on the net. And whatever you are doing, you must have a pastime business that will generate something on the net. أقول قولي هذا وأستغفر لي ولكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. To say exactly about for our lecturer today, may Allah Ta'ala reward you tremendously and give me a deep kind all of your efforts. Please, I must give 2 or 3 questions. 1, 2, sisters. Another question? Very good. Last question.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Please, my question is on agro business.
No.
It's actually on fish farming. I just want to ask a question. Can somebody actually use, maybe someone wants to go into fish farming and you don't have much capacity, maybe in terms of capital, to start the business or to get the feeding of the fish. Can somebody use dead animals to feed the fish?
Yeah. Alaikum salam. Alaikum salam.
Mine is also the question, the last topic. I also share this experience.
No, Bismillah, please.
Recently, a friend of mine, he contacted me actually, him and his other friend. They're students of OAU, University.
No.
So one of them had an idea actually, on a particular to create an app that actually was just like PayPal.
No.
So they call it my QP. So then he was actually trying to get me involved. I was so busy. So he has been in and his other friend working on that idea. They meet with a lot of investors. They've actually built that app itself. Because he usually send time from time to time to check it out. So we recently got me that now they actually got an investor that is actually ready to invest 70 million naira in that app. So they got that. So another thing I just want to say is taking these digital skills very well. They are very, very important these days, and they are really big. Because the last time I checked, when I searched for job opportunities, I noticed there are more technology jobs, IT jobs than any other job, even in Nigeria. I was on a particular platform. Almost every time you say data analyst, data analyst. And people are not actually applying for because they don't understand. This is not about speaking, it's about this is the work I've done and this is the kind of thing that I can do. So it's another thing another thing is we should actually, there's something called program language. We should try and invest our time in it. We should learn it and actually see how it works.
Thank you so much. Now, I think that is all about the questions. Okay. Wa alaikum salam.
Islamic can be part of the ethics of business. It's you must see what you want to buy before you make friends. So most of the people that sells like shelter and hats these days to us, we only put them on their WhatsApp status and they tell us the price that they agree and we send them the money. But we locally that we are sending them the money based on the order. That is, without that money, they are not sending the goods, but we've seen it. So I don't know. It's kind of confusing. I need clarity on that. The second aspect is the same question my first brother asked, that can we use dead animals to feed fish? Some are in the view that it is okay since we are not eating the dead animals directly, while some are in the view that the fish are made for consumption and they are consuming dead animals. So I equally want clarity on that. So,
Wa alaikum salam. Yeah, Jazakumullah khairan. The animals depends on kind of animals we are talking about here, because the fish are very carnivorous. They eat animals a lot. Like one time that snake entered into my pond, I think we only said we saw the skeleton. The fish will consume the snake, and when rat fell into our pond too, you can only see the air on top of. And if a bird also fly into the pond, adult fish, they will eat the bird. You only see feathers on top of the pond. They eat it. So the nature of those aquatic creatures, the fish particularly, they eat a lot of flesh or anything, whether they are alive or they are dead. And the view of the scholars is that if somebody is not deliberately going to take carcass for his fish, particular carcass, that is things that are really impure. Like you can't feed your fish with uh, your own droppings. But you know you can feed the fish with fish or other animal droppings. You can feed the fish with either living or dead chicken. If you are having a poultry and one of your chicken die, you can throw it inside your pond for your fish to eat. And that's inshallah tabarak wa ta'ala, there is no problem about that. But the one that is really a problem is if we decide to be putting human feces in our pond and some other contaminated substance. In fact, the fish I raise, apart from the fish, my fish to eat anything, apart from the fish food. And there's a reason from experience, the fish that is purely raised on either eating sand or other, apart from this microorganism in water, because there are a lot of microorganisms in the water. Some are planktons and some are other types of microorganisms in water that fish feed on, smaller fishes. So if you don't allow your fish to eat more than the microorganisms that naturally occur in water and the fish will be very, very sweet, sweeter than the fish from the river. But some of these poultry, some of these fish from fish farms, if you taste them, they don't even have any taste at all. So those kind of fish, I don't really know what they use in feeding the fish. Because there's a customer who once told me that these fish from fish farm are not sweet at all. But when he bought from me, he knew that he has never tasted fish that is so sweet and nice in taste like that type of fish. It's better than fish in the River Niger because we don't use any contaminated substance to feed the fish. We don't even allow our fish to eat earthworms. This part is one of the easy, you can raise worms to feed your fish or raise maggots to feed your fish, but we don't even like maggots. I don't just like them. I don't like to see maggots. They irritate me, so I can't use it to feed my fish. But some brothers who are very proficient in raising maggots, they go to the poultry, collect the poultry droppings, and within a week, they create tons of maggot, which they pour into their poultry. I don't like it, but it's not that it is haram. So these are some of the dynamics. If we're not feeding our fish with, because there are FICU that relates to feeding on feces, that's human waste. Even chicken that eat human waste, there are a lot of FICU that criticize eating such chicken, unless it has been quarantined for some time and up to the extent that maybe that particular thing has gone away from the body of the. You can't start when you have a chicken, local chicken in the house that eating human physics. It's not good for consumption. The chicken itself is not good in fact. So if we're not pouring human physics in our pond, if it's just animals that we are raising that die, or one animal that die here or there, or frogs, or other little animals, yeah, and they are domestic animals, we can give them to our fish. So even blood, like some brothers who are very poor who go collect blood. You know, when you collect blood and cook it, it's haram for you to eat it. But your fish can eat blood. Coagulated blood, cooked intestines, and all these stuff you can use to feed your fish. But me, I don't do it. Just telling you now that and it's an issue of choice. Since there is fatwa that you can feed fish with dead animals, then there is no problem. But it depends on you. But for us, we can guarantee you that our fish doesn't eat dead animals, unless animals that just throw themselves, volunteer, sacrifice themselves to the fish. Otherwise, ordinarily, we don't go and catch animal and give our fish to it. We don't do that. We only feed our fish with the feeds, and it makes the fish very, very sweet. I'm sure our brother from Niger State will confirm what I said. Because if you feed fish with jargon, the fish will not come out good. The taste will not be good. And our brother added that the issue of seeing products before buying, there are a lot of FICU issues with that. That's why we said you should refer these matters to some of our scholars. They will guide you. And also, we should not take fatwa from extremists. There are many brothers who just came online and said that everything about cryptocurrency is haram. If the future currency is cryptocurrency, what are you going to do about that? You have a problem in your hands. Don't just make things halal haram by yourself without doing any extensive work or listening to scholars of what they have to say. And we don't have the time today to talk about cryptocurrency, but we have been saying that up to now, as of last week, I knew that there's a fatwa now, but I've not had the time to read. We have been saying no fatwa. No, as of last week, there's a fatwa on cryptocurrency. I don't have the details yet, but I'll go through the details. I'll let Amir know about it and share it with us, maybe on our platforms, what the scholars are saying about crypto. But all these dynamics, we should not shy away. Let us learn something little. I know, but our brother here, Alim is saying we should just try to learn acquire some skills. We should learn some things little about everything. Try to know little about everything. It's better for you. If you want to go detail, you can always contract it out. The details can be contracted. Everything. May Allah make it easy for us. I think with this we have possible best, and the class is very lively because all of us participate. All our sisters and brothers that have shared knowledge with us, may Allah reward you people immensely. I've learned a lot from you, which I'm going to go back and apply to, and I hope you too have learned something from this our sitting today, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa
rahmatullahi. Please, before we go for Salah, we want our ambassador PAMSEC.
PAMSEC, yes. Alaji Ego Aliu is a retired PAMSEC in the Ministry of Health. So let him give us sir, sit down, sir. Sit down, sir.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam.
I don't know what to say. Because this time yesterday, I didn't have any information that this type of thing was happening. It was around 5:30. I got the call that I was there today. I'm live, and I know quite well that I've gained a lot from this very simple lectures that we gather. So I want to express my appreciation to the man, our GNI man, in Kogi State, for sharing his knowledge with all of us here. May God continue to reward you. Likewise, the participants, you are from different states, about 6 states of the Federation. North Central Zone. Allah that brought you there safely will take you back safely.
I'm sure you have one or two things to learn and to share with your colleagues out there when you go back. I saw a topic, the title of our training this time around is leadership. Then I asked myself, I was asking the man, what is leadership? Leadership has been defined in different ways by different scholars. But simply put, leadership starts from you. Leadership is me. Leadership is you. So your conscience is, are you prepared to be the type of leader we want tomorrow? Are you? When we say leadership, it is not about just being having leadership qualities. That qualities could be negative. It could be positive. Are you prepared to have positive quality leadership tomorrow that people can follow you and learn a lot from you? Are you ready to lead by example? So simply put, leadership is leading by example. You know, it is not something you can. What we are doing here now is to brush over, or at least modify what type of things we are inborn in us. There are people who have leadership inherent in them, even from birth. They have leadership qualities. They start to exhibit it as they grow. And naturally, that is why you find some people in secondary school, primary school, secondary school, anywhere you find them, you will notice that this person is different. Different in the sense that he gathers people together. His actions identifies him as somebody who would lead us. Some people, even some of his colleagues say, you are the one to lead us. You may not lead us stubbornly or criminally somewhere. Okay, you can see you have some qualities that qualifies you to lead us to meet. And there are some people who, when they grow up, they learn a lot about it. So leadership, we all people will tell you that you are leaders of tomorrow. Are you really leaders, good leaders of tomorrow? Are you going to be good leaders of tomorrow? That's the question I want to, the very simple question I want to send to you. Take back home. Are you going to be good leaders of tomorrow? Or the type of criminally minded leaders, the Yahoo boys, they are leaders in their own right. Do you agree with me? Yes. They are leaders in their own right. I believe they are people that's true. They're making a lot of money, and you know, we do ceremonies to celebrate money, worship money instead of worshiping. So I pray Allah will instill in us the kind of leadership qualities that by tomorrow, when some of us are gone, you take manship, leadership of this country, of your state, of your respective organizations. People can now learn from you. Things will be better. Today, you agree with me that things are very, very in bad shape. Am I correct? The simple rice, a bag of rice of yesterday, 6,000. It's how much now? I'm not a politician and I will never be one. Only when I was in service, government will know, will tell you, when you support government, do this, do that. Yeah, fine. The public service rule says, be loyal to government in power. If you are a civil servant, you have to be loyal to government. Loyalty does not mean that you should go and carry a APC, attend APC meetings, carry APC vest, or big DP or SDP, whatever. So I don't belong to any political party. But I know very well that things of the day are very, very bad. We need prayers, a lot of prayer. We need people like you who will come there and rescue the country. This type of organization training is what you need to equip yourself to get to that position. Nothing else. Are you ready to do that? Check yourself. Check your conscience. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I noticed that the document that is circulated, these are paper. The printer did a very fine job in the English side, but the Arabic one was mixed up. Maybe it's a computer error also. So there's a phone number here. If Amir did not give you a corrected copy, there's a phone number at the end. If you just send to me and say lecture papers, I'll forward it to you, inshallah. I have it still in my system. Immediately you said these are the complete papers, I'll forward it to you. It's still in my system. As we'll task the Amir to correct, because all the Arabic part has been, I think it's the computer that did that error, it mixed them up. So we should inshallah do that. But the phone number that is there, if you just write the lecture papers, I will just forward it to you. You don't need to write your name. Just say lecture papers for today. The 2 lectures, I can easily forward them to you. The correct version of it, inshallah.
Inshallah, we have come to the end of this session. Then, before we go, you know what happened today? Allah, one of our facilitators, they were not happy with us. Most especially, most of us living at the lodge. We traveled from different states. We come down here. This is the main issue where we are here. I think I see no reason why our facilitators were waiting for us. Seriously, even the first lecture we had, Abu Zalba, he said to go. I have to plead, beg, and also go to Imam just to address the time. And even now we are planning if we should have another session. Are we ready? After Salah, we take our lunch, then we have another session. Before the evening session, inshallah. Are we ready just to cover it up? Because we have lost many gaps, please. So let's go for Salah and we take our lunch. Yeah, at least we have like 10 to 15 minutes rest and then to fire off, inshallah. جزاكم الله خير. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك.